is like a bazaar. It's like this marketplace where there's all kinds of colors and there's all kinds of people. And so let's talk about going to the bazaar. Now, when you talk about open source businesses or open source organizations, I divide them into two classes. One is foundations. We have the CNCF, we have the Apache Software Foundation, we have much smaller foundations. And these usually exist as nonprofits, and they usually exist to promote open source. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. I think that is a great way. Because there are so many open source stakeholders now, how do you fund all this development? Well, if you can organize as a foundation, you can take your hat out and go to all these people and say, hey, you use this stuff, help us promote it, help us maintain it, help us go on. But for the purpose of this talk, I'm thinking more along the lines of a red hat. I'm thinking more along the lines, we're talking about a commercial business where we are going to start a business based around open source software. Now, the first thing you have to do is decide whether or not this is for you. So congratulations, adventurer, you're going to start an open source company. And I really don't have any good advice for how you get that started. In my case, I worked for a company that had an open source component that they built upon, and their investors, after several years, said, we're not doing open source anymore. We own the copyright, we'll just go and make it closed source from here on out. And I saw the potential. And there was something about spending that 1 year working in open source and building these communities, and it dawned on me, it's like, hey, this really does work. We can do so much better together than as we try to separate and compete and isolate from each other. So I went to the CEO, and I said, hey, I'll take this. Let me take this project and I'll run with it. And he kind of looked at his watch and he's like, if you're off my payroll by Friday, I'll sprinkle water on you and you can be the open source guy. Knock yourself out. Then I went home to my wife. We celebrate 30 years in April. And she informed me that if I'm ever in the future going to quit my job and start my own company selling free software, that this was a we decision and not a me decision. And we're, as I said, 30 years, so I've done something right. So anyway, I decided that I was going to go forward and start an open source business. Come on, where's the little button? There we go. So for SCaLE 8, I did the Sunday morning keynote where I talked a lot about starting an open source business. And there's lots of things you have to do. Right? It's just, one of the key point of that talk was open source businesses are businesses. You still have to come up with a product. You still have to engage your customers. You have to promote yourself. You have to get financing. I'm not going to talk about that here. After this conversation, I'm more than happy to talk about what I did to do that. But you do need to come up with a product. And back then, and to some degree still now, the product for open source is services and support. And there's a really good reason for that. So if you're out, like when I joked to my wife, I'd quit my job and I'm going to sell free software. Obviously, you can't sell something that's free. So you're selling something else. You're not selling software. And in many cases, you're selling your knowledge of the software and you're providing basically a safety net for users of it. You're helping maintain it. And I like to describe it as plumbing. So I live on a farm in North Carolina, in rural North Carolina, out in the middle of nowhere, but I do have gig fiber. So yay. Gig fiber and relatively close access to 2 airports. So that's all I really need. And if something, it's a farm, things break. And if it involves wood, I'm fine. If it involves electricity, I'm fine. If it involves plumbing, unless it's the most simple job, I'm horrible. I end up wet, I end up frustrated, and I end up eventually paying someone more money to come and fix the stuff I did. And so one of the things for promoting yourselves when you're doing open source is you're the subject matter expert. You know this tool, you know this product, and you can go out and say, hey, pay me, I will cost you less in the long run, and I will do a better job than you could do on your own. Because I can go to the hardware store and buy the same pipes and fittings that the plumber uses, but I don't have the experience that they do in order to do it. Now, one of the things that you really need to focus on with any business is what's called recurring revenue. It is much easier to keep a customer that you have than to get a new customer. It doesn't matter what business you're in. That's a universal truth. And so one of the nice things about services and support is you can create a subscription, an annual subscription that people can pay. And yes, you may have some attrition. You may have people. I can remember the first time I called this hospital that was using our stuff, and I said, hey, are you going to renew your support subscription? They'd been a customer for like 2 years, and they said, nope. And I was like really shocked. I said, look, I haven't seen any tickets. Are you upset with the software? And they're like, no, it's great. It just works. We don't feel like we need support. So you can kind of work yourself out of a job. But at least in that case, I had a good reason. I hated losing customers that were frustrated because they didn't get something I could control. If the software is great enough that they don't need us, that's fine. And that's another thing that I loved about working in open source is that I felt very clean. Like I used to be a consultant. I would basically be the integrator. So some sales guy would sell a solution, and I would be brought in to implement it. And sometimes I would get to the customer site, and I would realize they bought the wrong tool. And it's like, they spent, one was a large bank, not Silicon Valley Bank, which is a small bank now, but a large bank, and they'd spent like $500,000 on this tool back when $500,000 was a lot of money. And I realized they bought the wrong tool. And I did the best I could, but I felt kind of dirty. They obviously the salesman had sold them something they didn't need. With open source, it's like, hey, we're not selling the software, we're providing the services. So if you don't like us, if you don't like our services, you can still use the software. It's not like we're going to say, okay, you have to uninstall it now because you're not paying us, which is a business model some people use. So that worked really well for a while. We ended up getting a number of customers, and it started to plateau, and nothing that we really could do. We'd get a few new customers, but then we might lose one or two. It was not growing. And so we decided to get into the business of custom development. So the business pitch was this: hey, this product does 90% of what you needed to do, and you really need that extra 10%. Why don't you just pay us to do the 10%? Now, it wasn't as easy of a sell as you might think, because first of all, when you write code for money, it's usually, and especially in the United States, falls under this thing called work for hire, which basically means that the company paying your fee owns your work product. And that really doesn't work with open source. So every time we did custom development, we get the master services agreement, I'd go to paragraph 7 and I'd redline it. I'd say, look, we can't do that. And second of all, these features were not inexpensive. They may be 50 grand, 100 grand, and require several months of development work. And they'd say, well, I don't want to pay this money and then my competitor can get this feature for free. And I was like, first of all, look, if the feature we're providing isn't worth what you're paying for it, if it isn't worth 100 grand to you on your bottom line, you shouldn't do it anyway. And then second of all, I'd say, this feature, you have a specific use case, and this feature is going to match that use case perfectly. We're going to make it generic enough. So let's say you want it blue and the rest of the world would probably want it green. Well, we'll add an option where, people could switch it to green, but it will always be for you. You always have your blue option because you paid for the feature. It will match. And once we got a few of these customers, I started making a spreadsheet, and I anonymized it. I took out all the sponsors, but I basically said, oh, you don't want to give this for free. Well, here's $1 million worth of code development that other people paid for, and you're getting that for free. So why don't you get the business value, and you get this for free, and it becomes part of this great ecosystem. And that usually worked. I can't remember anyone who basically said, no, if you don't do this in a proprietary fashion, I'm not paying for it. I really don't think I ever ran into that. I can be persuasive. But the beauty of it is, in most organizations, research and development is a cost center. I worked for a number of proprietary software companies, and we'd sit around a conference table going, what do our customers want? Now, Steve Jobs had this brilliant ability to tell me something that I wanted that I didn't know I wanted. Like I used to watch those keynotes where he'd walk around and he'd go, oh, and one more thing. And I think it was for OS X Tiger or something. It was a time machine. It was backup. And I was, really? That's so boring. Time machine has saved my butt more times than I can count. And it's just, I didn't know I wanted it. But I'm not that brilliant. And so what was really nice is for our customers to come to us and say, this is what I need. And surprisingly, other customers needed it too. So our product developed in a very, very organic fashion, but we'd come out with things that people wanted. But again, we hit that thing. We're trying for this growth because you want to grow. You want to be able to realize your vision. When Gartner has their little quadrants, when it came for vision, we were at Pluto. I mean, we were way out there. But when it came to ability to execute that vision, we were at the origin. I mean, we just did not have, we didn't have any outside investors. So our business model was spend less money than you earn. It's kind of crazy, I know, this idea of spending less money than you earn, but it worked for us. So anyway, I basically went looking for inspiration. So I started looking around, in the metaphor of my little example here. I was wandering around the bazaar looking for inspiration, and I stumbled upon a stairway leading down into darkness, and well, you kind of can imagine where we end up. So I was in a maze of twisty passages all alike, and it was kind of depressing. I was like, what do we do? How do we monetize and help our customers while being able to improve this product? And you end up coming against, back in the time, and it's still kind of around in a certain fashion, this idea of open core. Arun alluded to it in his talk. And the idea behind open core is some of the software is open source, like the base part of the software is open source, but certain features and extensions are proprietary. And I have a lot of issues. Like if you go back to my blog, in my early days, I just ranted about open core because it was very frustrating. We had a booth at SCaLE, and people would come into us and they would say, well, how much is your enterprise version? And I'm like, well, we only have one version. It is the enterprise version, and it's free. It's free software. Everything we do is free software. And so it was this kind of cloudiness, and we still have to defend against that today in the open source community about what open source is. Because some people say, well, we're open, and what they mean is open APIs. Or we're open, and they may have some piece that's there. Now, in 2010, this guy named Brian Prentice, he works for Gartner. Oh, come on. Don't make me climb up. There we go. This guy named Brian Prentice worked for Gartner. He wrote this damning article called Open Core, the Emperor's New Clothes. And he basically said, look, if you're looking at an open core solution, you have to treat it as if you were buying proprietary software, because you basically get zero value out of the open source piece. And that was the thing that probably bothered me the most about the open core business model, was this idea that, I used to ask, come to conferences, and it was very popular, so I'd meet someone on the open core side and say, what would happen if one of your community members submitted, so you got this one feature, let's say you have this one feature that everyone's paying for, and your little hockey stick graphs, that you've told your investors are dependent upon this one feature. What if they submitted it? I say, here's my pull request, and it implements this feature, and it's great. Would you accept the pull request? Could you accept the pull request? And to me, the more interesting question is, what if they submitted the pull request and it sucked? It kind of sort of worked, but it kind of sucked. Do you accept it and then fix it? Or do you not accept it because, oh, it sucks, so I don't have to accept it and I can avoid it? I mean, one of the things I like about open source, and I call it, does anyone know of an author named David Brin? He did the Uplift saga and stuff like that, and he did this one thing called the practice effect. And it's my favorite type of science fiction or fantasy, where they basically say, okay, here's the world as we know it, let's change one thing. And the thing he changed was the second law of thermodynamics. So instead of things basically falling apart the more you use them, they got better the more you use them. So you only needed one pair of clothes. Because when the seasons changed and it got cold, your clothes would actually get thicker and keep you warmer, because practice effect. And in the summertime, they'd get thinner and keep you cool. And so if you were wealthy and wanted to have lots of clothes, you had to hire people who were pretty much your same shape and build to wear clothes so that you could swap your suits out. Because if you just stuck them in the closet, they fall apart. And I actually used this in an opensource.com article many years ago where I basically said, that's what open source is like. Because in our own experience, we had this guy in Italy, I love him to death, his name is Antonio, and he submitted a feature, a map. And everyone wanted a map. And the first iteration was not very good. I'll just be honest, it wasn't very good. It kind of did, what you would expect a map to do, but it wasn't very good. Well, another guy named Seth said, oh, this is kind of cool, and he started working on it. And toward the end, the map wasn't bad, because we had this kind of practice effect. And in open core, you don't get that. So let's just ignore open core right now, because you end up in pitch darkness and you were probably going to be eaten by a grue. So anyway, getting back to open core versus open source, I did find some inspiration for open source. So I live in North Carolina, and as you may know, the headquarters of Red Hat is in Raleigh, North Carolina. They have a nice big tall building. And I'm not very shy and withdrawn, so I wrote my friend Spot Calloway, who was at Red Hat at the time, and I said, I want to meet Jim Whitehurst. And I want to talk to Jim Whitehurst about my business and get his advice. And Spot was like, Jim at redhat.com. Send him a note. He knows me. Just tell him I sent you. And sure enough, he wrote back almost immediately, like within a couple of hours, and he said, talk to my assistant Andrea, set up something. Great. And so I get this meeting with Jim Whitehurst, and I'm not very shy. I don't have issues I don't get starstruck very easily. But so I'm here, and I made this really nice presentation describing our business, describing where I wanted to take it. And I'm sitting there in his office. So you go up to the top floor, and there's his office, and then off of it is a small conference room for seat about 10 people. And I'm sitting there at the table, and I start picking at my ear. I don't know why I'm picking at my ear, but I'm just like picking at my ear. And I realize I'm bleeding. And we're not talking like just a little dibble of blood coming out. It's like red arterial blood. I mean, I looked like Rudy Giuliani in a tough interview. I mean, stuff is pouring down the side of my face. And he was so kind. We stopped the interview, stopped the presentation, went to his office, he handed me some Kleenex, and I sat there like Vincent van Gogh for the rest of the presentation. But one of the kindest people I've ever met in this issue, and one of the things that he drove into my head was that people are willing to pay for simplicity, security, and stability. Now, I've done a lot. I think about open source business models a lot. Even though I'm not really doing that at the moment, I'm like, it's still something I think about. And I often compare Red Hat versus Canonical. And I'm not making a value judgment in any of these things. I used Mint, which was based on Ubuntu, so I really like what Canonical has done. And Canonical so Red Hat was $1 billion company in revenues, and they got sold to IBM for $35 billion with a B dollars. That's significant money. Canonical, to my knowledge, isn't at that range. They're a fraction of a $1 billion company. They're not public, so they don't publish their numbers, so I don't really know. But I noticed that Canonical, the reason they're adopted, Canonical is very developer-focused. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But Red Hat was very enterprise-focused. And the secret is enterprises do not like change. A developer's like, oh, wow, this new thing came out, and it makes my life easier, and this is great, I love it, I want to adopt it, boom, 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 boom. And the enterprise is like, no, we don't want to upgrade, we don't want to do nothing. It works, fine. And it's a secret. I mean, we always think we need to do more features and things like that, but in the case of enterprise software, which is where most of the money is, people don't really like change. So what we did in my company is we adopted a process where we basically said, we're going to create 2 versions of our product. And I called it the Fedora Red Hat model. So we created this version that was kind of like Fedora. I don't want to call it the community version, because both versions that we had were GPL compliant, or GPL licensed. But we basically said, we're we're going to create this version that's going to have a rapid release cycle. We were doing a release, maybe a major release, 12, 18 months, which in open source time is an eternity. But we didn't want to break anything for our enterprise customers. So we created a release that lagged this rapid release so that our support customers would have this stable, secure, simple to use. Our configuration, and configuration is not software, so our configuration was based on XML, and when you did an upgrade, you had to do these merges. You had to kind of merge your XML changes, which was painful. So in our stable or long-term version, we made it, if it was a point release, there were no configuration file changes. And we didn't put any new features in. We focused on performance and security. Our product was written in Java, and we used log4j, and everyone knows the whole log4shell thing. I can remember I was doing some consulting at the time for a bank, and I called up my, log4shell hit, and I called up my senior VP I was working for, and I said, Dimitri, I says, we got to get ahead of this, because I knew it was used throughout the bank. He goes, oh, security's been trying to reach me. I'm like, take the call. You really need to get on top of this. So that would be in a point release. We would fix security things, we would add performance features, but we tried to keep it stable, and it was good for 3 years. And our customers loved us for it, and we charged for it. The first instance was, we had a password-protected repo, which included the source code, and it was all AGPL licensed, so it was the same as the regular OpenNMS, which is the company that I did. And they, and we charged $5,000 a year for it. And people enjoyed it. They bought it. And my goal was, what I really wanted to do was have customers come to us who didn't want support, who didn't want services. So I was interacting with a lot of people in Silicon Valley before the pandemic, and they were all on this thing called Zoom. And I'm old enough to remember Zoom was a show that followed Sesame Street on PBS. I didn't really know what Zoom was, and so but everyone was trying it. I said, oh, well, we should get a Zoom account, because we had tried WebEx, and Zoom seemed to work pretty well. So I went to the website, started an account, put in a credit card, boom, I had Zoom. No one at Zoom knew I existed. There wasn't a sales cycle. I didn't have to talk to anybody. I was a number on a spreadsheet. And that's kind of where I wanted to get with our product. I heard this story about this guy who was a game developer. And so he wrote a game for Xbox, and he put it up on Microsoft Marketplace or whatnot, and then he didn't really think about it. Apparently it was a platformer. I hope I'm not spoiling it, because I don't even remember the name of the game. But it was a platformer where you manipulated time. So each level you were trying to manipulate time. You were trying to save the princess from the brute. And it turned out when you finished the game, you were the brute. Like the character you were trying to fight against, that was actually the good guy who was saving the princess from you. And apparently that resonated with a whole bunch of people, so they bought the game. And he's sitting at Starbucks out here in Sunnyvale, and he goes, oh crap, I'm a millionaire. Because it had gone viral, and hundreds of people had bought this game. And I'm like, I want that, because I have to work really, really hard for our money. And so that was one of the things I was trying to figure out in an open source business model. How can you come up with that? Now, creating these two versions and charging for the particular version that we had worked. I mean, our revenues went up. But it was more we never ended up getting a customer. Well, we had two people who bought it just for that stability and didn't want support. And that's kind of what I wanted, but it didn't quite work out. Now, I do want to stress that both versions that we did were Affero GPL. They were free software. And a lot of people will worry, oh, if you do this, someone will just take it and then they'll distribute it for free. And what we found is that if you're going to pay $5,000 a year, you're not that eager to share. And I came up with this idea. I call it the CentOS test. So when I'm trying to determine if a product is open source or open core, the idea is, does it pass the CentOS test? Now I'd have to call it like the Alma test or the Rocky test. But back then, I would go to customer sites, and I would need to install a package, and I'd go yum install blah, and it'd go, your Red Hat satellite subscription is not set up. Please see your system administrator. And I'd say, oh, dude, do you know the password? We got to set this up. Because they bought Red Hat. They just never implemented it. And these organizations were fairly large. It was usually going to take a really long time. So I'd go to CentOS.org and grab the RPM right off of their website and install it on the Red Hat on the Red Hat system, because I knew they were binary compatible. And so that was kind of my rule, this CentOS rule, that if you could take something and remove all the trademarks and specific stuff to that particular company and get something that was functionally identical, then you were open source. So after my talk with Jim, I felt a lot better, a lot more focused. And in preparation for this talk, I went I asked my first question of ChatGPT. So I said, everyone's talking about ChatGPT, so I'm going to go to ChatGPT, and I said, hey, what's the best open source business model? And it did not answer the question. Instead, it says, there's a variety of open source business models, and here are 6 of them. So for completeness, and with full credit to ChatGPT, I wanted to talk about some of the business models it offered. Now, one of them was advertising. You could build advertising into your product, and people would just love it because it's free and all I have to do is look at ads. No, that is not going to happen. Does anyone here remember when Canonical put their affiliate tag for Amazon in their in a release? So Ubuntu came out, and it was basically if you bought anything from Amazon, they would append the Canonical tag, and they would get a little cut of every purchase. The community was livid. I've rarely seen more angry people. I mean, tabs versus spaces, but I've rarely seen more angry people talk about this. And literally within like 2 hours of the release, there was a deb you could install that would get rid of it. And so I don't really believe that that it's a viable business model. I don't think, there's one exception, which I'll talk about in a few minutes, but I don't think advertising. It's just going to make you really sad. Another business model they suggested was crowdsourcing. And this has often been talked about within the open source community. Maybe we can just ask for money and people will be so kind as they'll give us money. And no, that's not going to work either. That really is not going to work at the scale you would need it to work to actually have a viable business. And I mean, it comes down to this idea of the word free in English has 2 major meanings. And if you look at the Latin, there's free as in no cost, or gratis. It's free, no cost. And then there's free as in freedom, or Libra. And we often talk about free and open source software with the latter meaning, that it's free as in freedom. And there's nothing wrong. Like when we had our products, we charged for the second product, but it was still free software. It was still published under a free software license. You could modify it, distribute it. You were fine. I was at the very last Linux World in the UK, and nobody showed up. Like, it was just completely, I think there was an Apple thing going on at the same convention center, and so I talked to other people who had booths there, and this person turned me on to a guy named Dan Ariely, and he wrote a book called, he's a behavioral economist at Duke University. And as we all know, Duke will defeat Virginia in about 3 hours, but he's at Duke University, which is near me, so I took him to lunch, and we had a really nice conversation. But he wrote this book called Predictably Irrational, because we go to school, and we talk about economics, and they say, oh, if you present a customer with 2 identical products, and one is cheaper, they will buy the cheaper product. And what Dan's research found is, no, they won't. You can present things in such a way that they will not make a rational economic decision. Because I think one of the examples he does in the book, it's very short, it was like The Register, which is a British magazine, or The Economist, let's call it The Economist, it wasn't The Register, The Economist. And they offered, it was like $50 a year, you could get the digital version of The Economist. For $100 a year, you could get the print version of The Economist. And for $100 a year, you could get print and digital. So he presented this to the class. The first class got 2 options, $100 for print, $50 for digital. The second class got all 3 options. And so in the first class, 60% of the people chose digital, 30% chose print. It was reversed in the second class. Because, hey, I'm getting $50 for free if I get print and digital. when all they're really going to use is digital. And we had a long talk. The word free is very, very loaded. And when people see it, and you say, hey, I'd like some money for this, they get angry. So I left the Twitter, and I don't want to get political, but I left Twitter, and I went to Mastodon, and I'm on Mastodon, and I give them $10 a month through Patreon, and there's a number of open source things that I support, with small donations here or there, but I don't think you can build a business model on it. And that's what we're here to talk about. We want to build a secure business model where you can, again, as long as you don't have money in Silicon Valley Bank, you can pay your people and make sure that they can go and pay their mortgages and take care of their kids and their family, et cetera. Now, one thing that I did get introduced just recently, and it made me really, really excited. This guy named Filippo Valsorda published this blog, I'm now a full-time professional open source maintainer, or holy shit, it works. And what this guy had done, he was a developer, he worked for Google, and he was involved in a number of open source libraries, a number of open source projects. Some of them involved crypto, not crypto the money, crypto the secure transfer. And he found out that he could go to these companies. He got 6 companies to sign up to support him as a maintainer because they used the libraries he worked on. And he ended up making as much, if not more, money in that fashion than he did when he worked at Google. And I had an argument with my boss over this because he says, oh, that's just custom development and people do it all the time. And yeah, I know some people who make money, they're really good developers, and they basically take on ad hoc projects. They work about 6 months out of the year and they take the other 6 months off. Well, they take the other 6 months off and look for new projects. But all of that is work for hire. All of that, it's not something that they're giving back, they're not building on. And to me, it's having this open source model to where you go out. And I looked at the 6 companies in here, and there's no way not any of them would have been able to, how many double negatives can I get into that? There's no way that they couldn't have afforded to hire a full-time person to work on open source. But again, we get to that gratis Libra free thing. They don't want to do it. Did I just lose this? Anyway, I think I did. Okay, yeah, I think we're back. It really excited me that you can go, and it's again that kind of predictably irrational marketing thing. You can go and say, look, you use this stuff, I will provide you with stability, simplicity, and security, and you pay me money, and it only costs you half a full-time employee. And now if you get 6 of those, you're now getting paid as much as 3 employees, and you're like, woohoo, now I have some stability. And you don't have a lot of the overhead that you might have if you're trying to run a business where you have to worry about payroll and other things. I was very excited about this. So if you Google, I'm now a full-time professional open source maintainer, you'll find his blog. And he goes into great detail about how he organized it. And I thought that was incredibly exciting. But now we're kind of getting to the end here. So as someone who's been doing this who did this for 20 years, I have found a model that I think allows you to be true to open source and make money in the way that the guy who had the video game made money, and it's hosting. And the example I use is WordPress. So I have a blog. Anyone use a WordPress blog? Yeah. If you go to WordPress.org, and there's a WordPress Foundation, you can go to WordPress.org, and they have what they call the 5-minute install. And I'm pretty certain that I've installed it enough times that I can do it in 2.5. You SSH into your server, you grab a tarball, you wget or curl the tarball, drop it in your web root, set up a database user, go to a URL, fill in a form, hit go, boom, you have your publishing system. I'll use the word blog, but what I mean is content system. Something like 42% of all websites connected to the internet are built on WordPress. Now there's this company founded by one of the developers of WordPress called Automatic, with 2 T's. And what Automatic does is they own WordPress.com. So if you don't have a server and you're not comfortable with the command line and you don't want to deal with backups and resiliency and all this other stuff, you can go to WordPress.com and you can get a free blog. Now they're going to serve advertising. I told you I'd get back to the one case where you might be able to make money from advertising. But if you pay them a small amount, it's like $5 or $10 a month for a certain size website, they'll do it all for you. And so if you like, there was a lady in my neighborhood, well, in the little town I live in North Carolina, and she started doing crafts with her kids during COVID. And she started blogging about it. And now she has a very, successful little side gig where she has followers and affiliate revenue and stuff like that. Well, you can go and set up your WordPress, and you don't have to know what Linux is. You don't have to know what Postgres is or MySQL. And to me, this is kind of the best of all worlds. It's like that you can give people access to open source solutions without them having to climb a steep learning curve or to be a geek or anything like that. Now, there's some caveats. So one of the caveats is the CentOS test for hosting. So at the company I founded, I left before we ever got to the point, but we were going for like a hosted version of our product. And one of my requirements, so I had 2 requirements with the company that I said, I have 2 tenants. At AWS, we're really big at tenants. And so my 2 tenants were, the product will never suck, because I never wanted to make compromises where we did something where the product would suck, and the product will always be free. So I was insisting if we ever did a hosted version, somewhere on like the admin page would be a button. And you press that button, and it would download all of your configuration files so that you could install the product on-prem on your own system, reload it in, and you'd have the same functionality. So that's my CentOS test for hosted. I don't think a lot of places meet that. But that was kind of what I was going for, is this idea that, and WordPress does. I mean, WordPress has you can export your website on a button. There's a few caveats, but for the most part, it works pretty well, and it'll reload your posts and your pictures and your media and stuff like that. And so you could, if you were on WordPress.com and later got into computers and said, oh, I'm going to set this up on my own server, you could do that. So I don't know much about WordPress, the company. They're not public, so I was not able to find any numbers. I know they've raised about $1 billion in investment. And so to do that, I'm certain that they have revenues that are offsetting that. But I got very, very excited about this idea of hosted. Now, another caveat. What do you do? So you have something that does very well in hosting. How do you prevent someone else, a big company or a big organization, from taking your stuff and hosting it as well? There's been a lot of issues recently with licenses in the open source and open source adjacent world. And I don't want to get into the details. I mean, I'm sure you're familiar with some that I'm thinking about. But the OSI just celebrated 25 years, and I was having this argument with Stephen J. Von Nichols. I basically said, we shouldn't have any more open source licenses. We have plenty, and they work. You just need to figure out which one. And he pointed out that AI and ML add new challenges. Like, how do you open source the learning, the generational stuff that gets created? And I'm like, okay, you win. I think that's valid. We can come up with new licenses for that. But at my company, we went to our community and said, hey, we are moving toward this hosted cloud version. How do we, protect the community? And they said, Affero GPL. The AGPL version 3. So GPL, and any kind of open source licenses is usually governed under copyright law, which means you have to transfer a copy. So it's like you go to a website, you download some software, you now have a copy of the software. Copyright law applies. But if you access the functionality of software through the web and you don't get a copy, legally copyright doesn't apply. And so the Affero GPL basically tried to close that gap. There's a bunch of other stuff in the Affero GPL involving patents. I'm not a lawyer. Please, if you're going to investigate this stuff, talk to a lawyer. But basically what happened is it said if you expose the functionality of open source software through a website or through a network connection, and you've made changes to that software, you have to make those changes available to your users. And it's surprisingly effective in shutting down people who just want to take your stuff and monetize it. A piece of software I use every single day, several times a day, is Nextcloud. There's a couple of Nextcloud talks here. They have a booth. I love Nextcloud. And the app I actually use is their news app. I'm really pissed at Google for killing Reader, because before Reader, we had blogs and we had RSS, and it was really easy to keep up with everybody. And they killed Reader. And I talked to Chris DeBona. I was basically like, why don't you open source it? And he was very honest with me. He said, it was built so much on Google's infrastructure that no one else could run it. And so if they threw it over the wall, they would get criticized for giving a non-functioning code, basically. And so they basically took the least evil. They said, we're going to shut it down, but we're not going to share it. Well, there's a newsreader app in Nextcloud, and there's mobile apps for it, and I love it. It's really, really good. And so, as I said, I'm a news junkie. I check the news several times a day, and plus I use it to store my files, and I don't even touch the surface. Well, Nextcloud has an enterprise version, very similar to what we did with my company, that you pay for, and you get this enterprise version, and it's AGPL. So theoretically, you could go and subscribe to Nextcloud's enterprise version and create your own version. You could have it, Bubba Cloud, and you could remove all of the Nextcloud trademarks and go and make your own. But people don't do that. I mean, people are more than willing if you give them value. So if you're thinking about doing open source, host your application. I really think there's a lot of, some things I haven't thought out is that cloud native apps don't necessarily easily translate to on-prem. And so it was one of the main thing we struggled with was how do we take advantages to the elasticity and scale that the cloud offers, yet allow people to still run it without undue effort. I was real excited with, if you saw Brian Cantrell's talk yesterday on Oxide. Oxide is a computer company that's actually building new computers based upon what Google and Amazon supposedly do. They have DC power lines. They don't have power supplies. They're not one use, two use. What was that? The James Bond movie where the evil villain, and he had basically pallets of computers, and they were just motherboards, basically connected to power and storage, network-based storage, that kind of thing, where you can have these quiet, powerful things that may allow people to do. So you do have that caveat, if you're starting out. But I've also been very encouraged by this idea of open core. Like, I'm a big fan of a company called Datadog, and they do a lot of stuff with open source. They're a sponsor here, and Elon, one of the organizers of this conference, works there. And I like them despite the fact that he's there. I like him better because he's there. But they do a lot with open source, but they would never self-identify as an open source company. If you go to datadog.com and search for open source on their homepage, you won't find it. But they do have a lot of, and that's the beauty of it. So we don't have people pretending to be open source when they're open core. There are a few holdouts. But anyway, so at the end, you can get ye Flask. I don't know how many people will get this reference, but no Strong Bad fans in the audience, huh? So there was a Strong Bad cartoon about text adventure games, and that was one of the things he did. Anyway, that's what I have to present. Wow, I got under the time. I usually prattle on a lot farther. Are there any questions? Yes?
One of the challenges I have with open source right now is the world is moving more and more and more toward like composable pieces, think serverless, WASM, all these kinds of things. You're not building a repo of code. You're building like tiny nuggets, and then companies compose those nuggets.
Okay.
How do you build a model around like you build just a nugget, or you are the business that just composes the nuggets, right? Like that is what I would say the future holds for open source.
So that's a very interesting question. So when we start talking about cloud, a lot of it's based on microservices. So instead of instead of building these monolithic or entirely contained applications, you build these little functions that do, like one of my favorite things about Linux is the pipe command. You know, I can take the output from one thing and I can make a new thing, you know, without really having to program. I can just take the output. And so the question is, what if you want to focus on those microservices? How do you build a business around that? The way I would answer that, and I have had zero time to think about it, so do not trust anything I'm about to say, but my gut basically says, going back to like the WordPress model, WordPress built a marketplace where you could have templates and things like that. Some of them were open, some of them were not. To me, it's like, I'm a big fan of this company called Fermyon. I don't know if you've ever heard of them. Fermyon with a Y. So they do WASM. So now VMware is doing one as well. So WASM, WebAssembly, was this technology that allowed you to run code in the cloud. I mean, in the browser, sorry. I was getting ahead of myself. In the browser. And what they found was it really lent itself well for this idea of serverless. Now, I heard at least one speaker tell me, he hated the term serverless because it's like, it's running on a server. But when the cloud started, everyone said utility computing, like you only pay for what you use. And so, like electricity, so I pay electricity. Well, it turns out I have 2 meters because I have an outbuilding in the house, and if I used 0 electricity, I still got to pay like $20 a month for the meter rental or whatever. And in traditional cloud computing, that was your reserved instance. That was, you had to have something waiting for your customers to come in and make a request before it could start. Serverless, like Amazon Lambda is one of them, is this idea that you build these microservices and they only spin up, you only get charged for what you use. And the problem is there's a latency involved. And it's you know, milliseconds. It's not huge in most cases. Fermyon has found, they've come out with a product called Spin. It's open source. I wouldn't be here pimping them if it wasn't. But they have this thing called Spin, and what it does is uses WebAssembly, which allows you to write stuff in pretty much any language you want, and it can go up in microseconds. And so if you want, go to a website called finickyWhiskers.com, and there is a little web app. It's Slats the cat, and you've got to click on things to feed Slats the cat, and the object is to, and he keeps changing his mind because he's finicky, and you have to change between like vegetables, seafood, chicken, and beef, and you have to click on the thing. And they go, there's in-depth code examples of how they built that using about 11 microservices. And so I'm thinking there might be a business case, so free business case for anyone, any entrepreneurs in the room, to build a marketplace where you could put these microservices out there and have people get around them. And maybe you could build a business around that to where people would come to you and say, hey, you obviously show some count. As long as you can provide simplicity, security, and stability, you can sell. Anybody else? Hi. Oh, the Affero, the AGPL version 3. So the Affero GPL is a lot of, because when I ran this small business, we did actually have a company that stole our code, like violated the license and just turned it into a commercial product. And we started a legal action against them, and they actually went out of business before we could do anything. But I really respect companies like Nextcloud, and a lot of people have adopted this license, and it closes that hosting loophole. Now the downside is a lot of companies won't touch Affero GPL with a 10-foot pole. If you look at the big companies, I won't name any because I work for one of them. If you look at it, a lot of people, they're worried about, in specialized cases they'll probably use it, but for the most part, because of this idea that anything you provide by the cloud can be made underneath the, can be required to be made public, they're very hesitant. If you go to Nextcloud, they have a frequently asked question. So if you type in Nextcloud Enterprise FAQ, I just saw it like 20 minutes ago. They have a very, very well-written explanation for why they chose the AGPL and what it does and does not require. So basically, if you get Nextcloud and you put your own logo on it and you do your own configurations, you're not under the AGPL. If you modify the code, then you are under the AGPL, and you have to make your code available. So, any other questions? Sir? I am for any company that supports open source. I just, even in the open core model, we're still creating open source software. But to me, I really lean toward, we have these wonderful licenses in the OSI model, and I think we should be picking one of those. That's all I really feel comfortable talking about that. It's a big thing, and I think that it's a little bit of a danger moving forward is that when you start off with an OSI-approved license and then you change it to more of a source-available kind of license, it somewhat erodes trust in open source. It's like I'm an enterprise, and I'm gonna use this license, and it turns out that so I build a product on this library, and then suddenly they go, oh, you got to pay us for it now. I mean, you can't put the genie back in the bottle. If I publish something under an open source license, it's there. But I can say, oh, most software evolves, most software has to change, and so unless someone's willing to step up and do that, it won't work. And I think, we need to, you can always fork it, and that's usually what happens when a company makes a decision that the community disagrees with, someone will fork it. But again, you get to this whole business model thing, I want to feed my kids, I want to, pay for my house. How can you do that at the same time? And in a lot of cases, the options aren't there. But I really think that if you identify as open source, you should be using an open source license. But if you're a commercial company that does open source, just be upfront about it. Datadog is very upfront about it. And also, I know Bradley Kuhn would disagree with me. Sorry. Bradley and I have a lot of arguments. In my CentOS test, if you will, for hosted, I don't require that a company open source its control plane. I don't require that the stuff that they use to make their hosted thing work, I don't require that to be open source. I really don't. I mean, that can be your secret sauce, that can be the thing that differentiates you, but the requirement is that whatever functionality you give me, I get on-prem. If I can do that, then I don't have the vendor lock-in, I don't have the issue. It's still open source to me, you're making my life easier, but if for whatever reason you decide to change things in the future, I can still get my stuff out. Good question. I actually have an example for that. So when we switched our license to the AGPL, a number of companies that you would have heard of came out of the woodwork and said, hey, we're using your thing and we can't use it if it's AGPL. What are our options? And the question comes down to who owns the copyright. I'm a big proponent of contributors agreements. And again, Bradley Kuhn and I really disagree on contributor agreements, and a lot of other people that I respect in the open source community. But what a contributor agreement is, when I submit code, I'm basically giving you the project, or in the case of a commercial open source, the company rights to this code. And again, we had a really strong community, so I went out to the community and said, what should we do? And they suggested we adopt the Sun, now the Oracle, contributors agreement, which introduces a thing called dual copyright. So basically, you as the person who wrote the code, you keep copyright to it. You can use it any way you want to, but you grant us copyright as well. And so what we did was, there's a brilliant young man in Florida named Aaron Williamson, and he used to work with Evan Moglen, and he's a lawyer, and I hired him, and I said, I want you to make a GPL license, proprietary license at GPL that basically forbids you from hosting it. So basically what the AGPL does, but it was proprietary. And we gave our commercial customers the option. They could choose the AGPL or they could choose this commercial license, which just didn't say AGPL. You know, it didn't have any of the patent stuff in it or anything like that, but it basically was like you can free to modify it, distribute it, blah, 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 blah. You just promise not to compete with us as a hosting provider. And that's how we addressed it. A lot of companies don't have that option because they don't own the copyright. And if you don't own the copyright, so take a look at Nextcloud. Nextcloud grew out of OwnCloud. So Frank Karlasek basically said, I don't like the direction OwnCloud's going. I'm going to fork it and create Nextcloud. And my understanding, I haven't looked at the code, but my understanding is that OwnCloud kept that copyright. And it was GPL version 2. Well, it turns out when they do Nextcloud Enterprise, the Affero GPL is GPL2 compliant. You can go to a more restrictive license. You just can't go to a less restrictive license. So I can take Apache 2.0 code, again, I am not a lawyer, but I can take Apache 2.0 code and embed it in a GPL licensed application. I can take a GPL code and I can embed that in an Affero GPL licensed application. But I can't take Affero GPL code and Apache license it. So you can't go backwards. So right, it's like, you know, but if you own the copyright, you can do whatever you want. And so the option we chose when we did this was, we're still, you know, it would never suck, it would always be free. So I wanted to create basically, and here I am saying we don't need any new licenses, but we created, and we called it a proprietary license, even though it wasn't. But you know, you get that past the lawyers of these big companies, and they're like, okay, yeah, I'm familiar with proprietary licenses. This I'm very comfortable. Yes, sir. That's another model. I wouldn't call it an open source model. But again, you're trying to add value. You're basically trying, you know, simplicity, security, stability. And you know, Hashi's been very, very successful. They have things, and they have this environment that, you know, Terraform keeps growing. You know, release after release after release, it becomes more useful, and they're financing that through this particular model. And again, to me, a lot of these companies, they're open source adjacent, like they support open source. And again, we as the community have the right to fork it. And I get upset because I don't want forks. Forks, the F in fork stands for failure. If you end up forking something, the community has failed, like something has happened. And of course, GitHub goes, would you like to fork this project? This has been forked 300 times. I'm like, but to me, it's like we really should strive. Every corporation who uses open source software. So I'm going to tell one more story if you folks will tolerate me because we're over time. But I grew up in this little tiny town in North Carolina called Asheboro. Not Asheville, the cool town. I grew up in Asheboro. And our first ethnic restaurant in the 70s, and I'm not counting pizza as ethnic food, but the first ethnic restaurant we got was a Chinese-American restaurant called the Bamboo Garden. And we would all, on Sundays, we would all dress up, we'd go to church, and then we'd go to the Bamboo Garden. The Bamboo Garden had this big buffet, and had lots of really good food. They would serve snow crab legs. So they'd bring out this big platter of snow crab legs to the steam table. There was this one guy in our town who would stand there with his plate. And when they brought the snow crab legs out, he'd take them all. And he'd go sit down and he'd sit there and eat the snow, you know, the 2 pounds of snow crab or whatever it was. And if he was still hungry, he'd get back in line. And he'd get another thing. And it pissed everybody off. You know, some people they'd see him coming and they'd block him. I mean, it was really, we were a small town. And what happened was this kind of perceived greed actually permeated. He ran a tire company, and I think it ended up going out of business because no one would buy tires from this guy because of this thing. And if you look at it, by the rules of all-you-can-eat buffet, he was abiding by the rules. All you can eat. I can eat this. I'm not wasting it, you know. But there are some community courtesies. There's these conventions. And I think open source is like that. A lot of companies come and they basically say, says free. Here's the license. It's Apache license. I can do these things with it. I'm going to abide by the license. And I'm never giving back. And it's like that guy taking the snow crabs. You know, we really need to encourage. And I think, come on, the guy who gave the keynote this morning is from Intel, which is this huge company. And back when I ran, I'm an Apple user, I apologize. But back when I ran open source laptops, I would buy Intel laptops because I knew that the drivers were there. And so having companies like that really adopt open source is great to me. And I think it is. So I think you can still, I hope I've put some food for thought here. There are ways where you can take your open source project and make money and feed your family, yet still be true to the community values that we work for here. Anyway, thank you. I'm going to be around, and we can talk later, but I appreciate it. Thanks.
Hello? Oh, hey, look at that. Look at that. Well, let me just go ahead and turn that off. Check, sibilance, sibilance. Oh, yeah, thank you. All right, let me turn this off now.
Good afternoon, everybody. Everybody here? Good. Had one? Perfect. SCaLE is, of course, proud to welcome back Kyle Rankin. Kyle's going to give us a talk today on the free software policy with semi-firm firmware.
All right, yeah, thank you. All right, yeah, thank you everybody for coming to a talk on policy. I mean, it's a good thing it wasn't like right in the morning, you know, or anything. Everyone has lunch, and it's had an extra hour or two for that to digest a little bit, although it is like tea time, so if you haven't had tea, no, hopefully it won't be too dull. But we do have to do some housekeeping first before I start the talk. The fire marshal has informed me that there's no leaving of Coca-Cola cans next to the projector. So if you have any unopened cans of soda, do not put them next to the exhaust vent. If you unaware of what I'm talking about, like the last, yeah, so that doesn't go there. Yeah, if it's open, you can totally, if you like warm, flat soda, you can totally leave an open can there, but definitely no closed can. So last SCaLE, we didn't follow that fire marshal guidance, and about, I don't know, maybe about 3/4 of the way through the talk, it sounded like a gun went off in the middle of the talk, and everyone jumps, and I jumped, but I could see, like a lot of people, just the way that the room was organized, you couldn't see what happened. Like I could see, because I was up on stage, I could see like this liquid just sort of shooting up straight in the air, right? And then after everyone sort of calms down, and I'm sitting here thinking, man, I have this great opportunity to come up with like a joke, you know, because like, okay, come on, brain, you can do this, you can do it. And the brain just wasn't doing it. It was too shocked. I couldn't come up with anything funny. And then I remember, so then I like, okay, fine, sorry, and I explained, like, I was gonna do something funny, I can't. Then I go to the next slide, and it was something like surprises, I forget, like something about something can be explosion. It actually was referencing like,
Surprises can happen at any
so, yeah, surprises can happen at any time or something. Like the next slide was just like cute, set up the perfect thing, and then, yeah, it was great. So this, I can't promise any explosions. In fact, we're gonna try to reduce those in this talk, so hopefully it's just explosive content, right? All right. So, yeah, I know. So, in any case, so my name's Kyle Rankin. I am the president of Purism. We make hardware that runs a lot of free software. We also sell services. We make things like laptops and phones and things like that. In addition to that, in the past, I wrote for Linux Journal for a long time, and I've written a number of books on Linux and security and things like that. But this talk is all about firmware. So, sort of a semi-introduction. I should probably start by saying I am no firmware expert. All right, so if you're coming here looking for firmware expertise, I ain't it. I do, at best, I'm kind of a semi-developer for firmware, and what I mean by that is, so part of the projects I work on, one of them is called Pure Boot, which is a payload that runs within Core Boot that allows us to do sort of like a security tamper detection. It's based on this project called Heads, and so I've done quite a bit of development on that. But to be honest, most of that runtime is written in Bash, if you could believe it. So yes, I'm developing firmware, but I'm actually writing it in the form of Bash scripts because old school sysadmin stuff, habits die hard. But anyway, so that's like the background. So if you are a firmware expert, then let me preemptively bow to your expertise. There's no need to prove that you know more than me about firmware. It's already acknowledged. So that's all of those well actuallys are out of the way. So we can move on. But actually, it doesn't really matter whether I'm expert because this is not a technical talk. All right. So this is actually a policy talk. So while we will be discussing some technical details of firmware, you don't need to know much about firmware to get stuff out of this talk. We're going to be more talking about how firmware policy has some of the issues with it, basically, that I've run into. So a lot of things I'm not. One thing I do is I do make hardware that runs free software with open firmware in it. So I do have a background in that and what it is like to try to make hardware that is as open and free as possible. And so that's sort of the background that I'm coming to this from. So that's my level of experience with this, is explaining what is it like when you have big goals to have free open hardware, that sort of thing. What do you run into in the real world trying to implement that? It's very challenging to make everything free. There's a lot of things in particular in hardware and firmware that make it difficult, and that's what we'll be talking about. But also, especially if you're looking into open hardware, if you're building open hardware, a lot of what makes that open is the free firmware that is underpinning it. So you need to have free firmware to have open hardware in many ways. And this is sort of a crux of the talk, I guess, is that currently there's not a whole lot of policy documents or guidance if you wanted to say, I want to have firmware that is free in particular, or hardware that is free. There's limited guidance if you're someone like me who wants to build this and do it the right way. There is guidance out there, but it's very limited, and unfortunately some of it was established. It's somewhat out of date, I guess. The way that firmware is implemented these days isn't necessarily completely reflected in the policies that exist. So if you're trying to make modern hardware but comply with this policy, there's some issues in between that we're going to talk about that make it very challenging. All right, so in this talk, I'm going to talk about what firmware is, which is probably a good starting point. I'm going to talk about how firmware isn't actually firm, okay? And it isn't usually free either. I'm going to talk a little bit about the Respect Your Freedom certification, which is sort of the best document that we have as far as doing a policy that talks about free firmware. I'm going to talk about the proprietary exceptions that exist within that document, which you may be surprised to know that it allows proprietary software in some cases. I'm going to talk about those cases. I'm going to talk about my experience, and actually I guess my team's experience too, and more my team's experience, attempting to make devices that comply, because again, that's the main standard that we are pointing to, that we have found. And then I'm going to, based on that experience, talk about some suggestions for policy improvements that at least I would personally like to see. And this is more me trying to start a conversation about these issues, because it's not talked about that much. It's talked about a little bit in some circles, but it's not talked about in a wide circle. So I'd like to just sort of start the conversation in the hopes that perhaps we can get new policies out there that would make it easier for people like me to make new hardware. All right, so what is firmware? Well, first, we have hardware. And again, this is all going to be very high level, trying to get very rudimentary kind of explanations, definitions for things, so we're on a level playing field here. So hardware, we're talking things like physical chips, electronics, circuits, stuff that you can touch with your hands. You know, it's not ephemeral. Software, these are instructions, for example, that the CPU will execute. Often at some point it's written in 7 different levels of frameworks, and about 27 frameworks down it becomes assembly code that then the CPU executes. Firmware was called firmware because it sits somewhere between hardware and software. It's not exactly hard, it's not exactly soft, it's firm. And so that was sort of like the fun play on words that we all geeks like to do some sort of level of punning in some way, and so this is what we decided back in the day to call firmware. Traditionally, what we're talking about when we say firmware is instructions that are flashed onto discrete chips. And instead of it being instructions that are executed by a central CPU, which is a redundant, I just was redundant there, but a general purpose CPU, how about that? These instructions are actually executed on some sort of chip that's not the general purpose CPU. Traditionally, we're talking about write once, read only afterwards. So you would flash, you would burn these instructions onto a chip, and then at that point, from that point on, it's basically, in many cases, considered like a circuit. There's no changes, there's no updates, there's no anything. It's a chip with instructions that does a thing. Normally, what firmware would allow you to do is provide some sort of interface between hardware you have on the device and the operating system that you're running, usually through something like a driver. So for example, you might have a network card, and there are chips on that network card that allow you to do networking. And you would have your drivers within your OS would talk to interfaces within the firmware that would then allow you to do things with that hardware. So some examples of things that have firmware would be in older devices, BIOS, for example, or UEFI firmware. Video cards have firmware, network cards, sound cards, hard drives these days have pretty sophisticated firmware. A lot of different things on your computer have firmware. So firmware's not actually really firm. Definitely not these days, and some people would, I've heard some people that work in the industry say it never was, but it's really more like tofu, where you have a couple of flavored varieties of it. So you may have firm, you have semi-firm, you have soft, and this is, so I'm gonna go through sort of my rough definitions of what those categories are about. So for example, firm, I would say write once. So these are chips that you put firmware, the firmware where you put it on a chip and you can't overwrite it, you can't upgrade it. It's on there and it's always going to be on there. I would call that firm firmware. For example, these days what will happen a lot is you will write firmware on a chip and then there's fuses that you can burn that then prevent you from ever changing that firmware. So that's still, I would consider that firm. Then you have semi-firm. So semi-firm firmware is field upgradable in some way, but often it requires you to clip some sort of chip, clip something onto the chip and then flash it from some secondary device. That's somewhat firm. You do have to like pop open the lid and clip stuff on and have specialized hardware, but you can upgrade it in the field. So it's kind of still like firmware, but it is also kind of like software, right? Because you have instructions that you can change on the fly in the future. And then there's basically like software. And that's really these days most of what you see, which is you can even update these instructions in the OS itself with specialized software in some cases. For example, the BIOS. You can use flash ROM within your OS in many cases on many platforms to update the boot firmware, update the BIOS within the OS itself. So in that case, it's like you're updating any other software package in many ways. So it's a lot like software. Also, in addition to the fact that you may have a chip that has instructions that it is running, there's also load time instructions often, especially these days, or configurations that are loaded at initialization. So you have a lot of hardware, you'll have some sort of base ROM, some sort of base image, and then at initialization time, it's expecting to be fed either sets of instructions, extra code to execute, or initialization code in some sort of configuration, other things, and without that, it won't power on and function. So it expects that these days. Sometimes also in addition to, and it might do that from like another chip on the device, for instance. You might have a different chip that has these instructions that you can then upgrade and it reads it in. Sometimes the OS even provides this. For example, under Linux, there's a whole /lib firmware directory that is full of initialization time firmware that when that hardware is initialized with the driver, these blobs get read and copied over to that firmware, and it uses it as instructions or configuration, or it depends on the device, what it does with it. But this happens often even within the OS, and these days more often than not. I mean, even the CPU, your general purpose CPU on your computer gets firmware updates, gets microcode updates actually, but I mean, these are instructions that at runtime, that you power on the CPU, it has some sort of base blessed image. When you turn it on and you boot your system, the Linux kernel can provide this, or your BIOS can also provide this. So either your OS or your BIOS can load this microcode into your general purpose CPU and change its configuration on the fly. So I guess if we're going to try to make some sort of distinction about software versus firmware or semi-firmware or whatever you want to call it, I guess one distinction might be that in the case of firmware, you're talking is what chip is executing the code. So for example, if you're talking about instructions that the CPU is executing, maybe that's software. Maybe if you have some sort of secondary chip on the device that's actually executing the code, then it's more likely it's probably firmware. But again, that's the problem with these definitions. There's a lot of fuzz in between. All right, so let's talk about why is this the case? Why isn't firmware firm? Or at least if it used to be firm, why isn't it firm anymore? Well, firmware has bugs, like anything does. And when something has a bug, you could either live with it, like and just let it go, or you can fix it. So if you allow someone to upgrade firmware, instead of it being burned onto a chip where in past cases you might have an issue with firmware on a chip, and the solution was to pop that chip out, plug a new chip in with the updated firmware, and then you're good to go. That's great, but it does require extra like physical hardware on the device to allow you to swap out chips. Two, it's a lot nicer if you can treat it more like software and upgrade things in the field. So these days, people like to do that. It not only allows you to fix bugs, it allows you in some cases to add new features. I remember, back in the day when I was building my own PCs, and we would often want new BIOS updates because when you first got a new motherboard, the BIOS would always have just like a very bare bones limited number of features. And if you wanted to do things like overclock it and do all that stuff, then you often had to wait to get a new BIOS because not only would it fix quirks or bugs, but it also would add extra ways for you to overclock or change all these different settings, right? So it's not strictly bug fixes, it also allows people to ship things sooner essentially and then add the stuff that they should have shipped with it after the fact, like we do with software. Also, hardware has bugs, it turns out, and it's kind of a pain when hardware has bugs because it's sort of locked in place, right? It has to undergo a lot more thorough testing in some cases than software just because it's hard to fix after the fact because it's supposed to be hard. But the thing is that sometimes you can use firmware to fix hardware problems in the field. I mean, that's what we're seeing with a lot of different firmware updates is that if you have a hardware issue, you can often change the behavior of that hardware through a firmware update that can fix that quirk or solve that security issue, for instance, in the case of security issues. For example, this is how Intel responded to the Meltdown Spectre series of bugs that were in I'm not going to dive into all of the history of that, but all that suffice to say that major security bugs on a whole, like many generations of Intel CPUs, well, it's a physical chip that is soldered onto your motherboard in many cases, and not all cases, difficult to replace, definitely difficult to reprogram, but you could, because there's microcode updates that you could apply, and that's how they decided to fix some of these issues was by changing the behavior of the CPU in some ways by having microcode updates. And here's the other thing. If you care about freedom and you care about free software, firmware that you can flash and replace is firmware that you can replace with free firmware in the future. If you have firmware that's burned on a chip, you have to take that chip out and replace it with a new chip. But if you can software update firmware, and we have done this ourselves at Purism, started with something that had proprietary firmware out of the box, as it were. You get sometimes chips that already have proprietary firmware on them so everyone can use them in a certain way. And because they're field upgradable, we've been able to figure out, port free firmware to the platform and then flash it and update it. And of course, it also allows us from that point on to update the firmware ourselves with new improvements. So, but I talk about free firmware, but firmware usually actually isn't free. Most firmware, for the most part, is proprietary code. I mean, there's obviously exceptions like with anything. That's why I use words like most. I guess you would now have to show me that a majority of it isn't. So you'd have to show that no will actually Kyle. I can show you the 51% of firmware by this metric is now free, so you are wrong, and I've corrected you on the internet. Okay, so the thing about firmware though is that it's more hidden than software is. So we in the free software community, we're tangibly touching software in many cases. Some of us are writing the software. We're definitely installing and upgrading that software, so we feel we're more interactive with that software, and so we notice and feel more when that's proprietary versus free. So for many reasons, because of that, free firmware traditionally at least has had less of a focus within the free software community. There's been a lot of push on down with proprietary code, but most people are talking about the software you run on your desktop, that kind of thing. There's been less of a focus on firmware. That's starting to change, and we'll talk about why, but it's just less of a focus traditionally. That said, the pain of proprietary firmware is mostly felt in the free software world, because if you're in the proprietary world, you're given proprietary tools that I'm going to run this ThinkPad tool that automatically updates all this stuff that I need to update, and it just sort of grabs all of this different firmware from who knows where that's proprietary and loads it into all of your devices, and my ThinkPad now has all the latest and greatest everything for everything. Of course, if you're on the free software world, then you don't have the proprietary Windows tool, for instance, to update all that firmware. So if you want to update it, you have to figure out, okay, wait, can I use it? Does the tool even exist in Linux? And if it does, what is the magic incantation of arguments to make it actually flash something? You know, and you have to go through all this. So we're mostly feeling the pain of this. But there's been a renewed focus on free firmware recently, and I think there's a few reasons for this. These are at least the reasons I'm going to propose for why people care more about free firmware now than maybe they traditionally have. And of course, there's always been people that have cared about it, but I think more people are thinking about it now. One of the reasons is that we now have 100% free software operating systems available. We've sort of climbed that mountain, as it were, so we can. There are options now where you can pick an OS and have a full desktop environment. It's 100% free software, you know, all the drivers, everything within the kernel, everything else is 100% free software. So once you've achieved that milestone, then you're sort of at the top of the hill and you're looking around, you're like, well, is this the tallest mountain I could climb? You know, and you look at, oh no, there's one over there. Okay, well maybe, what is that? Oh, it's the firmware mountain. Okay, well let's go over and start climbing that mountain, right? And so I think that's one of the reasons is that we now, what's the next challenge? So this is the next challenge that we're going to address. There's also been a renewed interest in general in open hardware. So that, for example, there's a ton of excitement about RISC-V environments and, you know, even beyond that, like ARM environments and other environments where there's more of a potential to have not just like access to the schematics and that sort of thing, but also if you're going to already have access to all the schematics to make the hardware, you also want the ability to make the firmware as well. So more interest in open hardware means more interest in free firmware. Also, another reason is that there's a growing concern about attacks that attack firmware instead of attack software on the operating system. In particular, because firmware is a little bit more hidden, there's a number of concerns that you could embed malicious code within firmware that can persist a device wipe, that can persist, like definitely persist reboots, but persist installing a brand new OS, and this isn't just a hypothetical, there's in the field examples, many examples of this, both from like using the BIOS as a persistent store to reinfect the system after you've reinstalled it. There's also concern in many cases about, well, I can audit all of this code in my operating system and know that it's doing what I expect it to do, but some firmware has very low-level access to the hardware that your system has. It's an ideal place if you wanted to do something really nasty. It would be a great place to have your own code execute, because in many cases you have access not just to the CPU and RAM, but you maybe have access to the video card, you have access to the network devices. So you could see everything that's happening on the system and then broadcast it and share it somewhere. So because of that, some people in the security world are saying, well, gee, it's such a great place to implant malicious stuff. Maybe it would be great if we could audit that. And so people are saying, well, can we audit it? And of course, just because it's proprietary doesn't mean you completely can't audit it, but it just means you have to open up your hex editor and look through all of that stuff. And some people are skilled and can do that. But certainly easier if you had free code and you could trust that and then build it yourself on a trusted environment and reflash it. So I think that's sort of like the final reason that there's been a renewed interest. And again, a lot of our customers, that's one of the reasons that they want us to implement free firmware. So some recent examples of this, Core Boot, which is a free boot firmware replacement that allows you to take whatever, like an AMI or some other BIOS or UEFI firmware on your system, and you can replace it with something that's open source, that is mostly free software. And there's also a couple of examples of embedded controller firmware that you can get. So in the case of Core Boot, for example, like Google has been a big proponent of this, like all the Chromebooks and that sort of thing run Core Boot. So they've done a massive amount of development to maintain Core Boot updated on new platforms. You know, we ship Core Boot, System 76, a lot of other places ship laptops now with Core Boot as their boot firmware, which is great. There's also, then once you climb that mountain, you're looking around like, well, gee, now I have Core Boot, what's next? And like, oh, embedded controller, it turns out, has a lot of really interesting access on your system. It doesn't just anymore control things like your keyboard, but it also has a lot of control over things like battery charging profiles and all kinds of other interesting stuff. And wouldn't that be cool if that were free software? And it turns out it can be. And so a number of companies, System 76 being one, Google as well, and we in Purism as well, are shipping hardware that has free software for the embedded controller, or free software for the embedded controller firmware as well. Even then, there's still blobs, and so we'll talk about a few of those blobs here in a minute. So even with all of this, there's blobs. But let's take a step back and let's talk a little bit about one of the only certifications that we've been able to find and point to when we're trying to get guidance on how to approach firmware in a freedom-respecting way. All right, so Respect Your Freedom certification is the Free Software Foundation's certification for open hardware. Currently, it's one of the few criteria if you want to get information about how should I approach free software and firmware and sort of mesh them together like peanut butter and chocolate. So how do I do that in a way that passes muster? And that's one of the few documents you'll find that gives you some guidance on that. If you were to go to their site, you'll find there's a number of certified products. The majority of them are network adapters. Generally speaking, I think most of the network adapters are all sharing a similar chipset, and they're just different implementations of the network adapter. Both there's some like gigabit networking adapters, that sort of thing, and also some Wi-Fi cards. In addition to that, there's also some older model ThinkPads, which we'll get into why they're older model here in a minute. But for example, like X200 and a couple older series, like that sort of era of ThinkPad, a couple of those are on there. There's even some 3D printers that are on there. Generally speaking, when you look at the certified devices, it's generally older hardware, and I would argue, I'm not obviously speaking for them, but I think that the majority of the reason for that in many cases is because of how modern firmware behaves and how difficult it is to get something that uses a new device that has modern firmware to comply with the standard. In addition to a number of other requirements, it requires, if you want to get the certification, all of the product software must be free software. So for example, if you have a Respect Your Freedom certified network card, when you sell that network card and ship it to someone, and if you include software with that card, it must be free software. You can't have like the free CD, remember CDs? You can't have the free CD, wow, I'm definitely dating myself, and then like do they even use CDs? Like I haven't bought a NIC in forever, like standalone by itself. I mean, maybe they do, I don't know. Anyway, not only can you not ship it, but you also can't, you can't inform people that, so say you don't ship a CD because it's 2023, even if you don't ship one, you also can't have the instructions that say, yeah, if you really want this to work really good, what you should really do is go to our website and download this proprietary blob. Like you will lose your certification if you steer users toward proprietary code as well. So that's part of the guidelines. That said, they do allow some proprietary firmware. Audience gasp. But proprietary firmware is allowed in the standard. There's a carve out for it. And so let's talk about, I did an excerpt because I wanted to practice block quoting, which is really weird. It's justified. I'll just read it to you though. So firmware exception. However, there is one exception to having all free software for the device. For secondary embedded processors, the exception applies to software delivered inside auxiliary and low-level processors and FPGAs, within which software installation is not intended after the user obtains the product. I underline that. This can include, for instance, microcode inside a processor, firmware built into an I/O device, or the gate pattern of an FPGA. The software in such secondary processors does not count as product software. So if you have proprietary firmware and it abides by this, then it's allowed. That said, there is an exception to the firmware exception. So let's talk about the firmware exception. There's an explicit exception for the BIOS. All right, so here's what that says. The BIOS of a PC runs on the CPU, not on a separate secondary processor. So this exception does not apply to the BIOS. So if you have a secondary processor, it's basically some other chip that's on a different piece of the hardware, that can have proprietary firmware, and it still can be blessed. But it can't be the BIOS. That can't be the BIOS because the CPU executes that. So essentially, the distinction here is whether the CPU or a secondary processor is running the firmware, is executing the firmware. That's the main distinction where they draw the line. The other line is basically whether the user must install software. So as part of this, you also can't, and they make this clear when I'm not going to post the whole thing in a slide, but they make it clear that you also can't do something where after the fact, they have this device, and then they need to get proprietary firmware and load it in. Even if it's being executed on a secondary processor, the user shouldn't have to basically be tainted with the taint of proprietary software. So you can't steer the user toward it, and you can't require the user to install it. So because of this rules out basically all modern Intel platforms after the X200 series ThinkPad basically, because they have Intel Management Engine and modern peripherals. So the Intel Management Engine is a proprietary blob that initializes a lot of hardware on Intel platforms. And after the X200 series, it was, well, before the X200 series, there's a couple of generations before that where it was required, but people have figured out ways to disable it and stop it, basically overwrite the entire thing, where it wasn't, you could still boot the computer. The people have figured out ways to initialize the hardware without the ME. Starting with post X200 now, no Intel platform that has the management engine will execute if it doesn't have at least some of the management engine running. So in previous generations, up to about the 8th generation of Intel, I want to say, we at Purism and other people have found ways to sort of neutralize most of it. So there's a bit you can set that says don't execute, and it's like, okay, I totally won't. And so, but there's also another way, there's something called neutralization where we can overwrite the majority of the management engine's firmware with nothing. Leaving just basically at one point only 4 functions left that was just critically needed to start the hardware itself. That was the state of the art basically up until about the 8th generations. After that, like for example now 10th, 12th, et cetera generations, that no longer works, or at least no one, the original people that worked on that was a group called Positive Technologies. They haven't updated that software yet to do modern things, and we haven't yet had the cycles to do it ourselves. And I'm not aware of anyone else working on the problem. So 10th generation and on, there's no way to at least even override just most of the management engine. You can just ask it nicely to turn off and hope that it does. So anyway, that's the major sticking point these days if you want a Respect Your Freedom certified Intel hardware, is the management engine. So let's talk a little bit about what it would take if you wanted to make a modern Respect Your Freedom device. And again, we're just using that as the standard that we know of, that one of the few that you could point to as guidance. It's difficult. It's very hard. Ask me how I know. It's very difficult. So the software side's relatively easy. All right. Again, we've climbed the mountain of you can have an OS that's 100% free software, and if you're smart about how you pick the hardware that's like network cards and other devices, you can have modern hardware that can run 100% free software on the OS side. So that side's kind of handled. And there's great drivers within Linux kernels and things like that. The firmware is really the biggest sticking point for modern hardware. So let me give you 2 real-life examples. So one is the Librem 14 laptop that we sell at Purism, and the other is the Librem 5 phone. So Librem 14, let me give you an overview of sort of what we're talking about here. So this is a reference, it's a 10th generation Intel laptop. We're using their reference platform, like a lot of people do, because if you want to do everything for 100% from scratch, it's really expensive just to have a custom thing. So reference 10th gen Intel platform. Laptop, it uses, we selected video, Ethernet, and Wi-Fi cards that use free software drivers. So you can use 100%, because our OS is 100% free software. So it's sort of like, if you can install pure OS on hardware, that's sort of hard mode, because there's no proprietary drivers. So if it runs pure OS, you could probably load some other distro on it that includes that plus proprietary drivers, and you'll be fine. So anyway, because of that, we pick, so that part's check. All right. Like I said, it runs 100% free software OS, pure OS, check. That's good. It runs core boot BIOS, which is free software boot firmware, great. Free software, we call it Librem EC, embedded controller firmware. So the embedded controller firmware is free software. The boot firmware is free software. That's all great. But it doesn't qualify for the Respect Your Freedom certification. So let's talk about why. What's missing? There's some blobs, some disgusting blobs. So the following core boot blobs disqualify it, for instance. So core boot is open source software that can include proprietary blobs within it to initialize hardware. Like we said, a lot of hardware requires blobs to initialize it at runtime. So while core boot itself, if you were to look at the core boot code, you would see that there's carve-outs where you can embed in proprietary blobs that it can feed into hardware. So in our case, for our platform, we need to include the Intel FSP blob. So this initializes the RAM, for instance, PCIe, SATA. There's a lot of other pieces of hardware that this particular blob initializes, and those are all pretty important to have a computer work. and then Intel Management Engine, and we already sort of dove into what that is. So those are the two big blobs. Probably the CPU microcode qualifies. Again, so some of this is like a little fuzzy because we know that the microcode is a proprietary blob, right? It is being fed into the main, it is being executed by the main CPU, I guess, so that, by that exception, that would disqualify it, today at least. But it's not, it hasn't been explicitly spelled out one way or the other. I'm basically going by the exception to the exception when I say that. In the future, we probably also might be disqualified for our Wi-Fi blob jail, which I'm now going to talk about. So, Wi-Fi blob jail. This is actually cutting edge, like this is new. So this hasn't been, I haven't blogged about this at all or anything yet. So this is like brand new purism stuff that we're talking about here. Blob jail, what is blob jail? It's just a clever, fun name for something. But so let's talk about, give you some background. So from basically the very beginning of us selling laptops, we've sold laptops with the Atheros Wi-Fi card. Why? The Atheros Wi-Fi card is the only blob-free option that exists. All right, if you want to, not only does it run with free software drivers, and it has for a long time, and that's great, it does that and doesn't require, well, you can add firmware, it does in many cases have firmware that you can install, and it supports updating the firmware at runtime initialization with proprietary blobs. It still runs without it, so there's some base firmware that it can run and execute, unlike many other Wi-Fi cards. Other Wi-Fi cards, it's so bare bones before they get that blob that they won't function, all right? So we've forever been using Atheros Wi-Fi cards. Great. A couple problems with it now, years later. Many years later, same card. Well, the card supports the same Wi-Fi specs that it supported when it first came out. Wi-Fi protocols have changed since then. There's a number of new Wi-Fi specs in networks that it doesn't support. So if you're using this card, there's certain Wi-Fi networks that you have to cause them to downgrade into certain modes to function, all right? The other and bigger problem, arguably, because we'll say, well, people are willing to sacrifice some things for freedom. Okay, that's great. We get it. Great. So we'll just keep doing this. Here's the other problem. These are getting harder to find. Not individually, onesie, twosie, maybe not even a dozen at a time, but in mass, like you would want if you're going to make it the base of the Wi-Fi card for your laptop, and most people expect a laptop to talk to a wireless network. I'll tell you, they're getting harder to find. So even a couple of years ago, we started seeing the warning signs of it's getting harder and harder to source this older and older card. And so far, to date, we've been able to supply them. But we also realize at some point, the day will come where we won't be able to get enough to satisfy all the incoming orders. And we don't want people to have to like, well, we have to wait for more Atheros cards to show up on eBay or whatever, you know, so we don't want to do that. Instead, we realize we have to start coming up with a backup plan for when that day comes, because even after that day comes, we still want to offer Atheros Wi-Fi cards for people who want that option. So that'll always happen, but we had to have some sort of backup so we could continue shipping laptops that can join a Wi-Fi network. So what we came up with was blob jail. Oh, finally, the other thing is you might say, well, why don't you just create a brand new free software loving, free firmware Wi-Fi card? That'd be great for the community and all that stuff. Well, there's a couple reasons. One, it's incredibly expensive to do that. It takes a lot of resources just to have the one Wi-Fi card, so that's super expensive. The other thing is Wi-Fi is very patent encumbered. So, and that's one of the other reasons why you see a lot of issues in this world is that all of these new Wi-Fi standards have all kinds of patents associated with them that various entities own. And that's a very challenging framework to navigate. It's a lot easier if you can get something that's already, where someone's already gone through that and is using some sort of reference platform. So brand new card is, at least for now, out of the game. So the backup plan is we'll use Intel Wi-Fi just because everything else is Intel. Pick one that doesn't have any sort of weird integration into like remote management or any of that stuff that might, in theory, if you installed an alternative management engine, be able to do that. Pick like a very bare bones, but relatively modern Intel Wi-Fi card that's widely supported, you can widely available, things like that. And what the plan is to it requires blobs to initialize, like pretty much every other than Atheros Wi-Fi card. But the idea is to put these blobs in what we're calling blob jail in the boot firmware. And again, our core boot firmware already has 2, 3, blobs in it. So it already has the Intel FSP, it already has the Intel management engine, and it has a microcode, Intel microcode for security updates. So now we're talking about an extra blob jail, a blob jail for this extra firmware. So what would happen? So when you boot, our boot firmware, we're using, this will be implemented with Pure Boot, which is our tamper-evident boot firmware that's a runtime within Core Boot. It already has mechanisms so we validate other things that for signatures. We make sure that things haven't been tampered with. We do the same thing for the blob. So in this case, we say, is this blob the same blob that we blessed before, or did someone replace this with something maybe malicious? So that's step one. Can we trust, even though we can't see inside of it because it's proprietary, do we at least trust that it hasn't been tampered with? And so once it passes that step, then when we initialize the kernel and boot the kernel, we pass this blob along to the kernel, so it has it as firmware. So then when the kernel initializes the Wi-Fi hardware, it can pass this blob along to it. Now the hardware's running, and then from that point on, it's functioning. With this method, the operating system can still be 100% free software. Free software drivers, all of that's free software. The CPU doesn't execute a blob, but what it does do is it copies a file. So it must then, I guess, take this file, put it into RAM, and then pass it along to the kernel. All right? So it does copy a file, but it doesn't execute any code. So that's sort of like our solution. And the user, it's transparent to the user. Like if you're a user using the system, you don't know that you're not having to install anything. There's no proprietary firmware that you're touching after the fact. It's transparent to you. You can install a free software OS and it runs. So that's one example of our attempt and failure so far to have something kind of comply and the reasons why. So let's talk about the Librem 5, which is an even more promising way to do this because, so what is it? It's an in-house phone that we've made that's uses ARM as its platform. And it's a smartphone that runs Linux. It's actually, we designed it from the beginning using the Respect Your Freedom certification as like the standards document. We're like, okay, we're going to comply with the standard. Can we make a modern smartphone that complies with the standard? So we use that as our standards document. It runs the same OS. It's not running Android or iOS, so it's running free software. It's running the same free software as our laptop, all right, Pure OS. Couple things of note, the modem and the Wi-Fi Bluetooth cards are on independent discrete N.2 cards that are removable and replaceable. All right, so that's another way that we can kind of isolate things. We chose the hardware because we're designing this from scratch. We picked it specifically for its optimum FOSS support. Now that doesn't mean everything's supported, but for example, if you're looking around at what ARM chips are on the market, what you will notice is if you've ever used ARM computers, you will notice that often a kernel is sort of locked in time. It's like a snapshot because often there are proprietary hardware drivers that are being paired with that kernel and locked into place. And unless the vendor who created that kernel and those proprietary drivers keeps it up to date, you're ending up, at first you get a brand new piece of hardware and like, oh, this is great, it's running a relatively recent kernel, and then years go on and maybe the OS gets updates, but you still have to run that kernel from like 5 years ago. And eventually it's kind of like unsupported. This is a problem even with Android devices, right? You'll have an Android version and the kernel itself is kind of locked in place because it has proprietary hardware. So we also even selected the hardware can we get hardware that we feel good about? That we could mainline everything? So all the drivers that the CPU would use, for instance, are all free software. So there's no need to have a blob that's locked in time. This obviously required a lot of kernel work. It's still ongoing. The kernel work is done in terms of like support for the hardware, although there's always improvements. Right now, the work is basically mainlining all of it. And so every month, we're taking more of the code that we had to generate to support this particular ARM chip in the Linux kernel and mainlining it into the main Linux kernel, ultimately so that it has infinite lifespan, even past purism at some point. It'll still be supported and supportable. It does have blobs. I'm going to get into those. But some of the blobs are actually free software. So when we could and when we can, we pick firmware that's free software. But not all of it is. So it has closed blobs. But again, we tried to implement these blobs in a way that is Respect Your Freedoms compliant. So what does that look like? So let's talk about these blobs. So the touchscreen and the modem both have what I would call soft firmware by my previous definition, all right? So what I mean is it has firmware that's proprietary, that's on the device, that you can update from within the OS using specialized software, but you don't need to, you can boot the device and you don't need to pass any extra blobs to it to turn on the device. It has something burned onto it, so the modem and the touchscreen both are like that. So they could be field upgradable in theory. If you had the software and you had the blob, you could upgrade them, but the user typically wouldn't, all right, because it already comes configured. Other firmware also requires some sort of runtime loading because that's the way that modern hardware often is. And so in some cases, what we had to do, again, because we're sort of trying to comply with this, with also the way that modern firmware is, we created ROM storage in some cases, like outside of the CPU, but storage on the hardware that would store this initialization blob. And then at initialization, we would capture it from there instead of like local disk storage or something, capture it from this flash chip, and then pass it over to the hardware so it could initialize. All right, so we went to extra steps to do that. So some examples of this would be the USB-C chip. So every device has a phone you'd want to plug in USB-C. That chip requires firmware. That requires initialization code. DDR training, so training the RAM itself when you requires that, and the display port all require a blob. Also, Wi-Fi is modular. The original Wi-Fi card that we used didn't necessarily require a blob for initialization, at least not one that was present to the OS. The new Wi-Fi card that supports the modern standards, a couple different reasons. I wrote a whole blog post about why we made a transition to a new Wi-Fi card, but the fact that it's modular means that we could. It needs blob jail, so we implemented a form of blob jail within the boot firmware of the Librem 5 as well to support this new Sparkland Wi-Fi card. The important thing is none of this taints the user. So the user gets a device that has all the firmware flashed and ready to go. There's blobs in there, but they're not touching them at all. They're not downloading anything. They're not installing anything proprietary. It's all 100% free software as far as what they touch. But even though we have this compliant thing, it's not necessarily ideal. There's issues in having like all the steps we had to go through to get this to be like this. So to me, there's room for improvement. So one of the things I'd like to say is the policy needs to reflect the current state of hardware, the way that people develop hardware today that uses firmware. Ideally, we would have some policy document out there that cares about free software and cares about freedom, but that also reflects the state of the art as far as how hardware is being developed these days. So for example, the current policy, let me give you some examples. If something that's not the CPU copies a blob from a ROM, it's totally fine, no problem. If the CPU copies the blob from flash storage, maybe that's okay, maybe not, not sure. If the CPU copies a blob from a disk, it's probably not okay. Not sure, but I feel safer saying it's probably not okay, but maybe it is okay. If the CPU executes a blob from disk, that's definitely not okay. So don't do that. That's clear. All right, but see, you can see the ambiguity here. So what does this mean? What we had to do in many cases is we had to create an extra hoop where we had a ROM and we put initialization code there and then went through extra hoops so that the chip could be initialized from something that wasn't local storage or something. It was something on the device itself. If you wanted to create, for example, we were talking about, well, what if we did create our own Wi-Fi card, but what basically we did was we figured out a way to take an existing Wi-Fi platform, take that blob, and then put that blob on a ROM, and then when it was initialized, there would be something on the chip that would then take that ROM and feed it in initialization time so it's transparent to the OS. And we're like, yeah, that would probably work, but it's a distinction without a difference. Like you're going through these extra hoops to do this thing, but it's not really any different from any other way that we now are saying is not necessarily okay to do. So you're going through all these extra steps, but it's like, look at this curtain, and then over here you're still like touching blobs all day long, right? So it's blobs either way, but currently we don't have a good way to address this or talk about it even, because it's very binary. You're either like evil and proprietary, or you're 100% pure. And no proprietary bits, except for the exception, right? When it does this sleight of hand, right? So it's a distinction without a difference. This need for at runtime for you to pass some sort of blob to hardware that has either firmware or instructions or some sort of runtime config or something like that is unlikely to change. You can think of all the different benefits if you're developing hardware of having that system in place where you know that at runtime they're going to get the latest and greatest set of instructions with patches and bug fixes and whatever else. And so all I need to do is create the safest possible ROM on the hardware that just knows that can, without any bugs, load in this blob. You can see why that would be appealing to someone developing hardware because they can have a very trusted thing that doesn't change, and they know that the thing that could have bugs in it, they can just replace that with something else in the field very easily. So it's very appealing. So because of that, I think it's unlikely for people to say, you know what, let's go back to having discrete chips that you can never overwrite. I don't think that's going to happen. So as a result, we need to address this reality. So to me, I think in particular, we need to have an exception that calls out specifically when a blob is copied, but not executed. I can understand having concern about, for example, a general CPU maybe executing proprietary code. I think I think it should be treated differently than having a file that's proprietary, it's a blob, copied but not executed. Because it's, again, very similar to the hoops that we jumped through to have a ROM with the thing that got copied to a secondary CPU. I also would like to see an exception for CPU security microcode updates. As we see, as CPUs get more and more complex, and the software that runs them, or firmware, if you want to call it that, or microcode, is more complex, that there's going to be security bugs. And after Spectre Meltdown, you know that everybody that was in that field is just like, oh, I can also get like a keynote, a black hat, if I can come up with some new way to do whatever. And so everyone's digging in and trying to figure out new ways to exploit things. And even with the new microcode updates, can we get around that in some other way? And there's been some examples of that. So I think that's going to be ongoing. I think it's useful for your CPU, the most important, arguably, chip on your computer, to have recent security updates. So I would like this, and it's acknowledged that it's running proprietary code already, right? So I would like to see, if it's already running proprietary code and has a microcode update, I would like there to be some sort of exception that allows you to update your CPU so it's not out of date and insecure. Ideally, what I'd like to see is instead of some sort of binary system where you're blessed or you're evil, it would be great that there were like levels or a sliding scale or a rating or something like that, because what it allows you to do is to increment towards success, which is something that we've been doing from the beginning, for example. You know, like if we were going to wait until we had a laptop that ran 100% free software OS, 100% free firmware, we would still not be selling laptops, you know, and we wouldn't therefore have an ability to incrementally improve the hardware and identify blobs that we could then replace. So for example, the very first Librem laptops did not have, it had a proprietary boot firmware, for instance. It was only after, but at the time we said, this is a problem, and after we ship, we're going to be freeing that and then ship an update so that you can replace this proprietary BIOS firmware with free, which we did. Then later with the Librem 14, then we look around, again, you're at the top of this mountain, you look around, okay, what's next? In the case of core boot, there's been blobs within core boot that we've been able to eliminate. Not just our effort, it's simply that the core boot community also, in general, has been able to take away, for example, Intel video BIOS was something that traditionally an extra blob you had to add, and now there's an implementation within core boot where you don't need it anymore. So the ability for us to have a sliding scale of which things are, this is at least freer than this, it would encourage people to put the effort to at least make things better without effort being completely dismissed because you weren't able to go 100% all the way. That's, I guess, what I'm saying. All right, so conclusion. Oh, we're doing all right on time. Oh, wow, we're actually doing pretty good on time. All right, so if all of your software is free, then that puts the firmware sort of in the spotlight. You're like, well, now that's not free. Firmware isn't firm. We've established that it's more like tofu. Soft firmware isn't completely bad, though. I mean, there's a lot of good things about it. In particular, if you want to replace proprietary firmware with free firmware, you need it to be soft. There are many people out there trying to do the right thing, and there's a lot of effort being put into freeing firmware as we can and doing things to improve the openness of hardware, which is great, and we're going to see more and more of that, I think. Hardware's hard. Everyone says that, and anyone who works in hardware will tell you that, and they know what they're talking about. Open hardware is harder, I would say. And we need updated policy guidance. So those of us who are trying to do this hard work, it would be very beneficial to have policy out there that we could point to and look to and attempt to abide by that reflects the modern state of what hardware's like. So those of us who want to do the right thing can continue to do the right thing with proper guidance. And finally, I would like whatever that guidance be to allow incremental improvements instead of an all or nothing kind of thing. All right, so open it up for questions. Here's some links to the talk, so you can see all that. I think we have a microphone. Yeah, you have I thought someone was going to bring around a microphone, I think. But yeah, let's open it up for questions. I have a question here down in front.
Sean has a question.
Oh, Sean has a question. Wait, we're going to have, I think we're going to have a microphone, right? Yeah, so, all right, so our friend Sean couldn't make it to SCaLE, but we have brought the second best thing, which is a giant form of his head that we're taking the talks. And now he gets to ask a lot of questions. Before he asks, I just want to say, and I don't want Sean to get a big head about it, but I just want to say that he's like one of the nicest people. And if you've never met Sean, like, please try to meet him at something. He's just awesome. Anyway, go ahead.
Okay, go for it, Sean.
Okay, I didn't hear what you just said about my giant head, so, but thank you for bringing the stick and the glue, Kyle. First of all, I appreciate that you brought the stick and the glue for my head. My question is, so the idea of a rational policy that could allow for certification or tiered versions of the same is incredible, but you mentioned like the possible need of additional chips and migrating or moving blobs during the boot process. And I'll be honest, as a Linux person, I'm still reeling from BIOS/UEFI/secure boot, etc. Will these compliance hoops, awesomeness notwithstanding, move us further away from some semblance of standardization? Will it just mean like one more thing to learn in addition to everything else? Or will these sorts of things be able to be built into one of the existing 12 standards? Like, is the idea to use Core Boot or LibreBoot or Tiano, EDK, or will there need to be like a new clean blobby boot that hardware, firmware, manufacturing places will need to adopt?
All right, great. So let me summarize the question for everyone in the audience. So thank you for the question first, Sean. Thank you for coming. Basically what Sean was asking is like, so there's a lot of complexity when you're talking about how firmware interacts. I mean, this talk kind of establishes a lot of that. And there's already so many different compliance regimes outside of open firmware. And so sort of the question is, would adding an extra policy on top of that cause less standardization? Would it cause more fragmentation of standards if we went that route? Or otherwise, how can you avoid that? I'm kind of summarizing a lot of this. So my answer to that, I think, would be one of the issues we have now is the lack of there's only basically one kind of standard out there if you want to do this kind of work, which is respect your freedom certification. And so I think that's more of the issue, is that there's just this one, and unfortunately it doesn't account for a lot of the modern state of hardware. So it means that if you're a company trying to do something like this, you're kind of like you're not flying completely blind. You have some set of guidance, but not enough to get all the way there. So you have to come up with your own rules, essentially, internal rules. So to me, my answer would be having some sort of agreed upon standard within people that are in the industry that already understand firmware, who also all of them share the same values as far as free software goes. If we have some sort of agreement on a policy that we can all point to, then I think it would cause more, in the same sort of way, for example, that iFixit, for example. If you're looking at repairability, one of the things that now all the entire industry said, okay, well, instead of us coming up with our thing and you coming up with your thing, we'll all just sort of comply with the iFixit standard. And that's the one that we will point to. So instead of them all trying to come up with a repairability standard, they could coalesce on one. And I would like to see something like that for that again, a modern approach, perhaps very similar to respect your freedom, but that accounts for the modern state of firmware. And so I think if we had that, it wouldn't cause fragmentation, but instead it would allow people who want to do this work to have something they can point to and a standard they can point to try to comply with it. All right, that was a super long answer. Any other questions? Technical question? All right, I'll try, let me try.
You mentioned that using ARM as a reference architecture, but then also later on you mentioned the Intel micro management.
Uh-huh.
Does the ARM have the same kind of thing, or how do those get conflated?
Sure, yeah, so the question was, I talked about Intel platforms, I also talked about ARM platforms, and we talked about some issues with the management engine on Intel platforms, but does ARM have a similar thing? The answer is, it depends. So for example, AMD definitely has a similar thing. They have their own version of a management engine that doesn't have like a way to disable or anything like that necessarily, to date at least. But oh, the security update part. So ARM, I believe, has ways to update microcode and that sort of thing, but it doesn't necessarily have. I don't know all the details about it. Yeah, I don't know all the details about what, but I also know the other thing is like, it depends is a very strong phrase in the ARM world because it really depends on which things off the shelf you pull in and put into your chip. Yeah. Any other questions? Yes.
I had a question, updating firmware. Can they try to update like system on a chip firmware?
What do you mean? So you're asking, have they tried to update system on chip firmware? It's like which they? What do you mean?
Well, just the industry.
Industry? I mean, in general, yeah. Most firmware, there's much of it. There are ways to update it, either through a hardware flashing way where you clip something, or within the OS itself. There's a lot of times, yeah. So there's a lot of times that firmware on those chips, you can update them live within the OS.
I mean, like when they update them, on a system on a chip firmware, do they have to update the whole chip or can they update parts of the firmware?
Oh, I see. So I don't know all the details. So the question was, if you're updating firmware on system on chip, is it like all or nothing, or are there components? I think it probably depends. Again, I'm not an expert in this. I've seen that in many cases, when you have a system on a chip, there's still like individual storage areas, I guess, where some of this will go. And I think that in some cases, you can update firmware individually separate from having like an all-encompassing blob. And I got some nods from people that actually know, so I'm going to go with that. All right. So any other questions? All right, well, one from someone who knows.
So if we did have like a revised RYF for adding more exceptions, would it be to satisfy the original goal of having a more open full platform, have an additional specification for, that's not for the full product, but for specifically the platform itself, to have no proprietary blocks as separate specification to have a more broad, like you can cover both of them if there's nothing proprietary?
I got most of that. So let me see if I can you actually bring in the microphone? I think that would be a lot better, because I could hear like the first row was great, and even the second row I could kind of hear, but now we're getting back to the back, and I can't hear as well.
So your desired state would be a revised RYF to have more exceptions to cover these cases where you're having to jump through hardware hoops to go through the exceptions that were originally intended. Would it be, so then if that were the state of affairs, would there be a strong desire to have an additional specification for platform level, not product level, for no proprietary blobs at all that could be separately met?
I see. So yeah, so actually I guess I don't have to repeat the question because it was in a microphone, but so my answer would be that's why I'm really like strongly advocating having levels to this. So for example, the top level would be the ultimate desired state that actually goes beyond RIF, right? Because RIF has all these carve-outs and all these exceptions, right? So you would have some magical platform in the future that's 100% blob-free. The specifications are completely open. You could go in your garage with some sand and really good lasers and make it yourself and program it yourself, right? And then all the firmware is free and everything's free, and that's like sort of like the pinnacle. So that's the thing that we ultimately, so that'd be like level 10, right? And then below that, it would be like, okay, well, that's not achievable today, but it may never be achievable if that's the only thing you had, right? So the idea is like levels below that where, for example, RYF as it stands today with some modifications would be at some level there, but then there would be things that were maybe less free in certain aspects because, for example, they allow CPU microcode updates, or things that are more free because, not just because of what they disallow, but because there's certain requirements beyond that, like maybe that at some point, maybe the CPU microcode needs to be free, or, so which might be possible with the RISC-V environment, perhaps. But yeah, so that's why I want levels, is because I think if you only have either like that pinnacle that will never exist in nature, or maybe one day will, and you have nothing, then it's harder to even get there. So if you have sort of milestones along the way that you can reach, then you're like, okay, well, at least I got this far, and I can draw, like, for example, the 100% free OS. Like, there was a time where that was pretty challenging with modern stuff, right? But we're there now, and so having those levels, I think, so anyway, the answer is, I think having levels would get us there. And so you have stricter and stricter. Okay, any other questions? We're kind of running, yeah.
In this process, as we evolve to that level that we think we're going to achieve at some point.
All right, so.
Yeah, right. At what level are we at right now that you see ourselves to be at that next level of the mountain where we're looking around going, okay, now what are we going to do?
Sure. Yeah, so what level are we at now? Well, one, I wish we had levels. If we had levels, I could answer that. I could be like, well, we're at certification level alpha 4 or whatever, So that's the problem is because there's no levels of this, it's sort of like there's only really one standard right now, and it's kind of an all or nothing sort of thing with some exceptions. And so it's hard to, I can't answer completely. What I would say was the closest that we've gotten would be the Librem 5, right? Because we had such control over it, we weren't basing it off an existing reference platform, we were doing it all from scratch. Massive undertaking, incredibly difficult. And even then, you've seen the exceptions we had to make. Why? Because each of those are the little milestones on the mountain. We're like, well, are we going to really write touchscreen firmware from scratch right now? Like, is that a good use of our resources compared to all the other things we could be doing? Not yet, But if that was the only thing left, then we're like, well, why not? I mean, even let's do it so we could be 100%, But yeah. Any other questions? Otherwise, yeah. One more question.
Yeah, so sort of iterating on that topic again, would it be preferable to, instead of having levels, have a disjoint set that is just at the lower firmware level that could be separately strived for independently on other parties who don't care as much about the fully open source platform or total product, but rather so that a vendor could theoretically strive towards a SOC that is no requirement for binary blobs without the total ecosystem meeting the more strict total level of everything open source?
I think at least what would be beneficial to me would be having something similar to what we see now with respect to freedom, which is if you would like to make hardware, like you would like to create software that is blessed as being free software, if you would like to create hardware that enables similar freedoms, respects certain similar freedoms, here's the guidelines. And then the more that you do, the more you're respecting freedom, the freer the thing is. And like I said, that's why the levels are important. I think at least that would be more beneficial to me, is essentially like that. So anyway, yeah, so that's what I would like. Okay. All right, well, thank you everyone for coming to the talk. And if I'll be down, we can talk, answer more questions afterwards. Thank you. that you would consider a system on chip, there's all kinds of little like discrete chips that do different parts of different functions on that chip that are upgradable potentially. I just don't know. I don't do a lot of system on chip development myself, so I wouldn't know when you're updating the firmware. Do you get it all in one package? One person seems to indicate that at least some of it you can update independently. So that's why I kind of think that. There's interfaces basically within the hardware through the OS to talk to those chips that store. There's storage on the system on chip for the firmware, and there's often interfaces because they have to flash it somehow without just clicking on something. So they often will write interfaces within drivers to flash it within software and provide the software to do it. So you can do that often. Yeah, and that's the thing is I don't know. I'm more of a consumer of the software where someone else knows what it's actually doing when you pull back the curtain. In many cases I don't know other than I use some flash ROM and stuff like that. Yeah.
Nice to meet you, by the way.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, thanks for coming to the talk. I am. Oh, right on. Whose? I did not know. Oh, thank you. I believe they are chocolates. No, I did not. Okay. Okay. Right. 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 I'm just gonna clear out for him. Yeah, I'm gonna be here to talk.
Sorry, I don't mean to be pushing
No,
you.
no, no.
but,
I feel better. I would feel better about you getting all set up and feeling good about it. Yeah. So. No, I'm good.
Okay, do we have lights or something? We don't have anything to, what's the part that goes right on my ear? Yeah, let me, it's Nginx sanitizer, so you would hope they, oh, I could take this off now that I'm a ways away from people. What's that? Yes, I would think there should be, but there are not. Okay, does this go left or right, or does it matter, or? Your preference. Okay. Unfamiliar with this. Yeah. My hair is too long on top of it.
The power button on the top there.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah. How's that?
No.
No?
There we go.
Okay. Can everyone hear me? Initial test. All right. People in the back are giving me thumbs up, so we must be okay. I'm going to back this off. See how that goes. And so I'll try to time it.
For whatever reason.
Now I'm two. Now I'm two on. Yeah, I'll try to time it right about in an hour, right? It's supposed to be done at 5:30?
Yes. Yep. So we do offer, if you want just cue card reminders, to sit in the back holding up, we do your 10-minute, 5-minute.
You can, but I'm going to try to.
Well, it's totally up to you.
Yeah.
If you're comfortable with your thing, we'll just let it go.
Actually, I'm going to put this, well, let me know if I'm like over.
Yes. Yeah.
I should be pretty on it. I'm going to put this here so it's not super obvious I'm checking my watch. But that's a nice clear, I know where I'm at.
And then at the end, a bias.
He's the guy with the microphone. Why is he not talking into the mic? Takes a second. Everybody's hearing me in the back still? Okay. Thank you. Thank you, guys. So if anybody's interested, the slides are all available because there's a lot of links, particularly at the end. And I'm not cool enough to do a QR code, but I have a URL there on a really mediocre web page, but it does have the slides. So there's that. I am not a real web designer. That's a circa 90s thing. It's perfect on there. Still got 10 minutes before the start, so. What's that?
Can you guess who I am?
No, you got it. I was looking around for you. I didn't see you.
Yeah, I've been busy. But if you want,
Here, hold on.
I'm on Mastodon, so you can get out here and in the bar.
Okay. Final check. Sounds like I'm on. Back row. Okay, I got a thumbs up. Give it another minute or two. Okay, I'll repeat it again. The slides are available. There's a lot of links on the last couple of pages, so the slides are available on my lousy webpage on NeoCities. So it's not good, but it's there. It'll be on the thing at the end too, so. All right, so it's about time. Let's get started with an introduction to Mastodon and the Fediverse. Okay, a little introduction. I am Murph, Bob Murphy. I am a Linux systems administrator in New Jersey. I am a longtime Linux user and a longtime Fediverse denizen, which is hard to pronounce. You can find me on the Fediverse at murph@hackers.town, or if you're really old school, on Identica/Murph. Or if you have questions about the Fediverse and how to get on or whatever after this conference, feel free to email me, murph@weirdness.com. And there's the slides. We already talked about that. So let's get started. What is the Fediverse? The word comes from a portmanteau of federated and universe, and it's a collection of protocols, servers, and users. Together, they form communities that can communicate with each other. Users can exchange, and this is just scratching the surface, we're going to talk about this later, short messages, blog-style posts, music, and videos between different services. But that's what this whole talk is about, so that's just a quick overview. So let's talk about the history of the Fediverse. A lot of you might have heard, because of some turmoil over at a bird-shaped site that, oh, Mastodon's this new thing that just started. Yeah, Mastodon has just started in 2016, but the Fediverse actually goes back considerably further than that, and it has a bit of a history. So, in 2008, Evan Pedromo created a microblogging service called Identica. Okay, it used what was called the OStatus protocol, and the server software was called StatusNet. And it went through different permutations of things. You may hear a few other names, but that's the main part of it. And he leaned on a little bit of old work from Matt Lee with some other federated thing, but he basically set up what we're going to see today back then. So we're talking 2008. In about 2012, he saw some of the flaws in OStatus and changed his service to use a new protocol called pump.io. And he released the OStatus protocol, which has turned into GNU Social, or back then turned into GNU Social. It was released to the Free Software Foundation and sort of incorporated in there. The Fediverse kept on going like this for a couple of years, but interesting to note, there was really a nice little community around Identica back then, and when he switched to pump.io, it broke federation with the other GNU status, or GNU Social and or OStatus. I'm confusing myself on my own terms here. So we now had two different competing networks that really weren't talking to each other, and a lot of the community got broken up, which was kind of unfortunate, and it was also right about the time that Google started Google+. So there was kind of a big migration away into another big silo. But things changed. Of course, Google, like they do with very nearly everything, killed Google+, and so there's been, this is stuff that's been around for a while in different permutations. So in roughly March 2016, a guy in Germany called Eugen Rachko, which I'm probably pronouncing wrong, whose online name is Gargron, which I'm probably pronouncing right, created Mastodon, which was basically a GNU Social server client that gave a little broader front end to GNU Social. It gave a better experience because he was largely unsatisfied with the way Twitter was moderating their network. So it really picked up some popularity because, GNU Social was always bubbling along in the background there, lots of servers, people talking, and why would he use another protocol that does that? Well, if you start your own social network, you're like the one guy in town that bought a walkie-talkie. Click, hello, hello, there's nobody home. He tapped into an existing network, but because this is federated, you could have different servers talking to each other, so he could reach out to all those other servers. Starting to slip. So he gained some of the network effect from the existing network, which was good. So fast forward a couple of years to 2018. There's a new protocol called ActivityPub. Let me redo this sentence, which seems a little out of order. In 2018, there was and this took on years of work. This was an evolution from Pump.io and some lessons from GNU Social. So it was authored by Evan Pedromo, Christine Lemmer-Weber, which is almost as hard to pronounce as the other thing, and a bunch of other people. I don't mean to dismiss them, I just don't have all their names on here, which expanded upon the previous protocols and services and made it better and more flexible. So over time, Gargron transitioned Mastodon to go from GNU Social to ActivityPub. Now it runs on the newer, better protocol, and eventually they phased out GNU Social. So this was sort of an evolution. So we're in the Fediverse. Now most of the older servers in the Fediverse have converted over to ActivityPub because it has clear benefits in this regard. So and what we're seeing is a lot more services that also speak ActivityPub. Let me make sure I got everything on here. No. Yeah. Oh, no, I didn't. So it was accepted. So in 2018, it was accepted as a standard by the W3C social group. So we have something that's got some degree of credibility now. It's not just some dude that wrote a server. We've got a standardized protocol, we've got some server software, we've got an existing network, so we're starting to come together with something good here. So if you look at the existing networks, like the Bird site and the Book of Faces and all of those things, they're usually run by a single company or organization. Even though they have lots of servers, they run the whole show. It's their way, that's it. Your data goes in there, and there's and there is a little mistake here. It says the only way to share with others is to have them join that service, or the modern interoperability standard, which is taking a screenshot of it and posting it on the other services, which is not great. So federation, when we have what we have in Mastodon and the other clients, people that are on different services or different servers can interoperate with each other. And the easy way to visualize this is one everybody's probably familiar with, which is email. You know, if you go back to the dawn of email, you had, people on AOL couldn't talk to people on Prodigy, couldn't talk to people on CompuServe because they were all separate. When email gained more popularity, all of these services adopted it, and now you can send email to people no matter what server they're on, which today half the people are on Gmail and everybody else is on other servers. So now we've got interoperability. So if you can imagine a short message type platform that now different servers can talk to each other. And so one of the problems with these big services is that, you have 300 million users or 1 billion or 2 billion users, and what you need to do is come up with one set of coherent rules that make sense for everybody in the world. That seems like an impossible task to come up against, really. So what federation does is, if you have lots of smaller servers, those servers can have rules and can have policies that affect their users and their locality, and you don't have to try to please everybody on the planet simultaneously. And then and you might think, well, what if somebody runs a server really lousy, and I don't want to talk to those people. Those people are screwing everything up now. Well, the operators of all these different services, all these different disparate services, can moderate other services. So say, I have a service and I want to keep things, nice and friendly, and somebody is posting horrible stuff from another server. And, I talked to the administrator of that server. I said, hey, can you have your guys clean up their act? And they said, no, we let people say whatever they want, and if you don't like it, tough. Well, that server could be blocked off. Now that could be done on an individual user level. Like if you personally don't like to see that stuff and your operator says, well, they're not that bad, well, you can block that one server, or you can block a user. Or if someone's doing something particularly egregious, the operator of your system or the operator of any system can block that server immediately. That way there's no chance of doing that. And that's where community standards and communities help
govern a better space for that stuff. Okay, here is a terrible illustration of federation. I know because I made it. So if you look on the left, we've got centralized. This is your Twitters or your Facebooks or whatever. Everybody connects to the home server, and that's it. They control what goes in and goes out, which is nothing except for screenshots. A federated system, you can see we have 3 different servers there, and the users connect to the servers, and those links go directly. Now the last one looks a little confusing. The Fediverse allows system operators to do things like silent servers, where you won't see everything from the other server, but if you know somebody over there that you really want to communicate with, you can still connect to them. So that's why I have some of these, go over here, you know, some of these ones that are connected. First of all, in the Fediverse, you could run your own server. You could be a single person on one server, and you could talk to everybody else. Now, that comes with some challenges, but you can do it. So you could think of some of these as single user instances, or if these 2 servers have, if one of these has silenced the other, users can still connect. So blocks are not necessary. You could sort of do a soft block, or you could do, you can actually block servers so that information can't get through. Okay, let's talk about a few of the services that are available. I know this is a big list. I'm going to go through it a little bit quickly, but we've got lots of time actually. So the things that have direct, these are the ones that have direct equivalence in other services. So if you look at microblogging, like a Twitter or something like that, Mastodon is good if you want to set up a service for a lot of people, but if you're going to do something for a few people, or for just a single person, there are smaller platforms, or they're not smaller platforms, but platforms that are a little bit leaner and a little bit easier to administrate for smaller instances like Pleroma and Misskey and, Akoma, A-K-K-O-M-A, is another, it's a fork of Pleroma. This forks this and that, there's lots of that. So that's mostly for small messages. Now, of course, you can share images and videos on that too, but that's not their focus. Their focus is, sort of a Twitter-like experience, although not a direct analogy. You get into stuff like PixelFed is image hosting. And the guy that wrote that, the single user, it's collaborative, but the guy that got it started really wanted a federated Instagram. That was what he was shooting for, and he does a pretty nice job of it. I'll show you some screenshots, and we'll bring that up later. It's an interesting platform. Lemmy is a link aggregator. Think of something like Reddit, except you can follow stuff on somebody's Lemmy server from your Mastodon account, and you can comment back. For full-fledged blogging, if you want to, you say the limit on messages in Mastodon is usually 500 characters. You can go in to the, again, this is all, now something I haven't mentioned is all of this stuff is some manner of free software or open source in all of this. So there's nothing stopping you from going in and say, I'd like my posting limit to be higher as the, if you're running the server. Can't do it as a user, you have to talk to who's running the software for you. But if you want to do long post blogs, and that's a more comfortable way for you to operate, Write As and Read As, and I believe Write As is a paid-for service where they run it, but the server software is available, so you can run it on your own if you like. But if you want them to run it, if you say, hey, I just want to blog, I want somebody else doing the nerd stuff running the server, you can pay somebody else to do it, sort of like a WordPress type situation. But you can also follow people from other services in the Fediverse, so it's a good alternative for that. PeerTube, as you might guess from the name, is a video hosting site, sort of like YouTube, except it uses some degree of peer-to-peer technology to soften the blow of the bandwidth. But you can, again, run your own server or join somebody's server, and and again, you could follow somebody from other services. Funkwhale, I'm a little less familiar with. Audio hosting, sort of like Grooveshark. I'm not a big audio guy, though, so something to explore and tell me about later. And then there's event planning software. Now, I put 2 of them up here. As far as I know, Mobilizon is software you can go on and you can create groups, and when that group announces an event, you can get a message sent out over Mastodon. GetTogether.community, I listed on there because I like the software, I've used it. They've had Fediverse, they've had ActivityPub integration on their roadmap for like 3 years, 4 years, and it has yet to materialize. I'm not a developer, I can't really help them with it, so. Okay, and there are lots and lots of services. One of the things with the current migration away from Twitter is a lot of people have come over. And when they start doing things like playing around with the APIs and charging for them and taking tools away from developers that were trying to make Twitter better, is they shut those doors off and those people want something to work with. And ActivityPub has little to no restrictions on anything that you can do with it. So a lot of developers are coming over with new ideas or just new clients. So we've got a lot more stuff. So I could barely cover I couldn't possibly cover everything. So I've just scratched the surface with that list and with this. And you can see there's stuff here that I haven't even gotten into. So there's lots of services, there's lots of new stuff, and it's increasing day by day. And all of these are right now tied together with the ActivityPub protocol. So I'm going to show a few examples of different services, and I'm going to show, because that always goes well, a live demo afterwards. So this is an example of the default view that you'll see of Mastodon if you were to create a new account on somebody's Mastodon server. And you can see it's a familiar looking interface. We've got a strip up the middle, which is right now our home timeline, but we can select other timelines. Now, one thing about having different servers talking to each other, right now you're seeing everybody you're following, but you've also got the community of people that are on the server that you are on. That would be your local timeline. And again, I'm going to show some of this in a few minutes. This is a screenshot. I can't click through the stuff yet. You can get dangerous and click on the federated timeline, which is a combination of all of the users that everybody on your instance follows, or that they search for them explicitly in the search bar. And it may even go a little further than that. Occasionally it gets a little unclear. But what you're seeing is everybody that your server touches in some way. So it's not a real fire hose of everything on the Fediverse, but you're getting a broader view. You're seeing everything that your server ever touches. So that can move very fast, and you never know what you're going to find on it. It's one of those things it's like the internet. What can you find? Probably anything. So if your server is well moderated, you probably won't find anything too terrible on there because it's moderated. So, but one of the things, and this was originally the interface that Mastodon started with, is the advanced interface, which I understand is like TweetDeck, but I'm not a Twitter user, so I'll have to take somebody's word for that. It's similar, and you could see the different timelines that I mentioned. We've got we've got a place for you to post messages. We've got the home timeline, which is everyone that you follow. We've got the local timeline, which is people that are posting from the server that you are on. And then the federated timeline. This is a few years old. This was when, this was a different thing. And then just in this last column, I just clicked on another Mastodon user's user account. So I'm not going to explain SDF.org right now. That probably would need a talk of its own, honestly. So here's a quick example of PixelFed. This is the portfolio view, which shows a bunch of pictures. And you can see my predilection for pictures is I ride a bike somewhere, lean the bike on something, and take a picture of it. That's most of what's in my role there. That's most of it anyway. So you can see, a nice gallery of pictures here. There is also a more Instagram-ish feed of all the people you follow, which looks similar to the local timeline in Mastodon, but it's mostly pictures. They've added support for text-only things and for video, but PixelFed is really an image-sharing service for the most part. Okay, PeerTube. This is a picture on a PeerTube instance from a couple of years ago. We could take a look at it now. But you can see we've got all the people on this instance have videos on there. I don't know if Art's in there somewhere. He might be in there somewhere. Yes, he is in there somewhere. So Art can tell us exactly how old that is because he knows when he posted his video, probably. So in any case, we've got an array of pictures from the people that post on this particular server. You can search for other servers. One of the things, PeerTube's a little sketchy with finding videos on other servers, so it's good to branch out and look for other servers if you're looking for stuff. It's not one place where every video is. but that's in the nature of all of these things. So, one of the things that's a little bit tricky, and people, I'm trying to address some of the things that people have mentioned with this, latest influx of new users. People say, I don't know how to find people. Because one of the nice things about Mastodon is the algorithm is simple. It shows you the people you follow and what they post. That's it. That's the algorithm in roughly chronological order. So, that's the algorithm. But the problem is, how do you find people? So, a couple of things you can do if you start on a new Mastodon instance and you're not sure how to find people. One way is to look at your local timeline. If you picked an instance that interests you, the people on there are probably going to be interesting to you. So look through your local timeline, view those posts, and see what they're posting about. If you find interesting people, you can follow them. Look at what they post and what they boost, and look at the people that follow them. So when you find somebody that does something interesting, you look at their followers or who they're following, and you'll find people of like mind. So you're building a list of people to view. You can also search for hashtags that interest you. Mastodon is rather intentionally not completely text searchable. If you want to be found in a search, you have to use hashtags. Because you can search for hashtags, but if you want to keep a low profile, if you don't use any hashtags, people that don't follow you won't see those messages in a search. That was done intentionally to protect people. So if you find a hashtag you like, you can follow that. You can actually follow the hashtag itself directly, and then you find people talking about things you're interested in. You can also follow hashtags. So once you find a hashtag that's interesting and you click on it and say, hey, this is neat, you can actually follow that hashtag itself. And then everything that is marked with that hashtag that your server sees will then show up in your home feed, and you'll find more interesting things to look at. So from there, get the ball rolling, and you've created the type of view you want. And some people have said, and I should talk about this, I don't know if it's in a later slide or not, but say, hey, I'd like an algorithm. I like it when Twitter tells me what I missed or things that interest me. Well, that's great. And people have talked about writing algorithms. I have no problem with algorithms helping you find stuff. I just don't like it when some company is creating an algorithm that is best for them to retain users and make money, and not in your best interest. So look for clients that have algorithms that suit you. And if we can find that, that'd be good. I haven't seen too much of it yet, but I've seen people say, oh, there'll never be algorithms. No, I hope there are. I hope people do come up with interesting algorithms to surface stuff that you want to see. But it's the stuff you want to see, not what they want you to see. They want you to see. Okay. And there's been some talk about, again, with this, with this influx. Is that visible? Oh, it's pretty good and visible there. Okay? So you could see there weren't so many people around, somewhere around 5,600,000 regular users. And then, wow, look, something happened in November. Wonder what that could have been. Boom, everything shoots up. But then it goes back down again. Because what happens with any service? People join. They look around. They go, hey, I don't see anybody. I can't find William Shatner. And they leave. And that's okay. Because you know what? There's nobody running Mastodon. Gargron isn't saying, hey, VC guys are breathing down my neck to double our users next month. That's not a thing. Slow growth is okay. Not that I speak for Mastodon. Maybe I do speak for Mastodon. I don't really speak for Mastodon, but frankly, I would rather see people come in, find things they like, contribute, and make it a better community. If that number is 1 million or 100 million, I'm more concerned with quality than everybody in the world being on this one platform. I think it offers a lot for a lot of people, but I'd rather see people stick around because they find it interesting, not because somebody found a way to tweak the algorithm to keep you on for another 50 seconds so that they can get another ad in front of your face. So, conclusion, and I have another thing. One thing that people have said is, oh, there's no advertising on Mastodon. They can't have advertising on Mastodon. No, that's not true. There's no reason somebody couldn't set up a Mastodon server and make it ad-supported. And if they're showing the ads to you, and if they're not tracking you horribly, although that's typically how they do it, if they show ads to you and that funds your service and you don't find it particularly onerous, that might be a perfectly acceptable way to go. And that would be fine. I don't know if people stick around on it. People might say, oh, maybe I'll go on to this other one. You know, I throw some money at the person that runs my instance to help cover their costs. But I do that voluntarily. Now, I'm sure there's a small percentage of people that do that, but it seems to be sufficient to keep things going. If someone wanted to try to run an ad-funded Mastodon server, that'd probably work. Of course, if that ad-funded Mastodon server started sending ads to other people, they'd probably get blocked horribly, and they'd find themselves a little tiny ad-filled island with nobody talking to them in a big hurry. So if someone's thinking about that, consider the consequences of your actions, because if you decide to send ads to everybody, that's probably not going to work out really all that well for you. But funding your own thing with ads, that could certainly work. So, a little bit of a conclusion. We're going to have plenty of time for questions, by the way. The Fediverse is a way to use the web in a little more individual way, so you can choose an instance with a community that you feel you fit in with, or run your own server and make it exactly the way you want. You know, you could run a server for a dozen of your friends and just have a little community there, and they can all reach out to whoever they want. Keep it small. Small is good. It says, it avoids the advertising algorithms, other unpleasantries. I talked about both of those. They could both turn up. Algorithms could be good. So hopefully they'll do that. Somebody will do it. So when you join the Fediverse, remember, you're not joining one gigantic blob of everybody in the world just because everybody in the world is there. You're joining a community. Look at who you're jumping in with and try to nurture that, try to work with that, you know, with both good quality posts and, try to contribute to the conversation and throw a few bucks at the person that's running your instance, because for the most part, it's volunteer run. Now, there's some interesting stuff coming up, which I don't think we know all of the consequences with. I know Pinboard and Medium, a couple of different companies are actually integrating the Fediverse into their commercial products. So we'll see how all that goes. It could be interesting. It could be horrifying. We'll find out. We don't really know. Hopefully, it'll be a good thing. Hopefully, people from those communities that have something that they want to get out to Mastodon and will engage with the communities they're in, this could be a really good thing. This could be quality users coming in. Now, if it's people that just broadcast out, whatever, maybe it'll be a wash, and if it turns into a flood of garbage, maybe it'll be bad and they'll get blocked. That's a possibility. So here comes the big page of links. Boom. Okay, that's why I put up the slides, and I'll put up the location for the slides again later. So a couple things that you can find out more. One of the things that's a little bit tricky is finding an instance. So I'd say there are two good ways to do it. One, read all of this. Okay, that's a little daunting. Find someone that's on the Fediverse and talk to them. They can probably give you some pointers for a tip. And my email is open. If someone wants to ask questions, feel free. So let's talk a little bit about some of the things that are here. Fediverse.info has nice videos explaining a bunch of stuff, a way to search by subject for different instances. And by the way, there's no one place to find where you start. That's why there's a bunch of links here. Look at one. If you look at one and you go, this looks a little opaque, you know what, just skip to the next one. There's lots of them. There's a subject base. You could search for subjects and say, who are the people that are interested in this? And then you can find out, oh, wow, a lot of people that are interested in the subject I'm interested in are on this instance over here. That's one to investigate. Fedi.tips is a comprehensive guide for users. They also have a pick your instance thing. Actually, most of these have that, to be honest. Fedi Tips has a lot of good tips on how to effectively use your account once you get on one of these federated services, be it Mastodon or be it one of the other ones. If you're looking strictly for Mastodon, you can go to joinmastodon.org, and they also have an instance picker, although honestly it seems to be biased towards the very large instances, and you might want to consider whether you want to go with a smaller instance. So keep your eyes open, and it also doesn't tell you about any other services. If you're really a photo person and you want to show people your photos, Mastodon works for that, but PixelFed would probably be a better fit. Join Mastodon will never tell you about that. So keep an open mind. Join Fediverse.wiki. I forget about that one. Okay, different services and instances. That's why I followed it up on there. So you'll see different services. You'll see the PixelFeds, you'll see the Pleromas, you'll see all that other stuff on there. Fedi.garden, also well-curated list of instances. There's a lot of this in here, as well as, I'm not reading that URL. There's a bunch of URLs. That's why I give you links, so you don't have to go through all of this. And I'm definitely not reading the tons of information link. That's just, I just saw it a few days. It's probably been around longer than that. It's a nicely laid out page. It does have a way to get started, but what I really found valuable in that is there were tips on etiquette and how to look at a community and start, don't just go stomping around with exactly the same stuff you said on the other site. Look a little bit and they'll sort of explain to you, like, how do you make a graceful entrance into this? Because that'll make things better. Before you start posting, do things like fill out your account, introduce yourself a little bit. This will make people more likely to follow you and will give you a better experience. And then once you're into it, or if you're a numbers person, the Federation, that's where I got that little graph on the users, it'll show you how many servers are out there, how many users are on those servers, how many monthly active users. Of course, all of those numbers are a little squishy because there's servers all over the place. Some of them may not respect reporting, so these numbers could be off. We don't know. And a friend of mine, Mauricio, came up with this list, which I completely vandalized and put up here. So I want to give him a little credit on that. So I'm going to demonstrate a couple of things, and but I'll take a couple questions before. But I want to show you a couple things first. But I will, if you want to, please. What's that?
If you have questions,
No, give me a question. We have got some time, so give me a question first.
right,
I'm not going
thank
to
you.
open it up totally though, but you're anxious, so I'm
All
going to
right,
take it.
thank you. When you said about joining an instance, is it possible to migrate from an instance? Or...
Thank you for reminding me. This is why I like questions. I like questions, by the way, and constructive criticism. So, outstanding. So if you're on Mastodon, and you're on an instance that you're not entirely thrilled with, you can migrate your account. I just did this recently, so it pulls over most of the people you follow and most of your followers over to the new instance. But something to keep in mind, this is only a Mastodon to Mastodon operation right now. As far as I know, of course, the Pleroma people will make me look like an idiot by introducing it while I'm talking. You can't migrate from Mastodon to Pleroma or any of the other servers. That's strictly a Mastodon to Mastodon thing. But to be honest, I like to play up the diversity of the Fediverse, but most people will join a Mastodon instance and that will be their view of the world. So that is what most people will see. I'm telling people, look around, but most people are going to settle. Most of the communities are centered around Mastodon. That's not entirely bad. But I like to mention all the other stuff too, to show that there's a wider community out there. But yes, you can go.
What prompted your migration?
What's that?
What prompted your migration?
The server I was on previously got a little big for my taste and was having some questionable moderation things, which it was the really difficult end of moderation. It wasn't like, hey, we've got a whole bunch of Nazis over here. That's really easy to solve. You kick them off with president. This is like, people are, okay, sort of like a squishier thing. And, but you hear enough reports of that and you go, there must be something to this. So that and the fact that it got really big prompted me to move.
And that you see in your local feed, right?
Started seeing you might. See, here's the thing. Somebody was saying, and I don't know exactly how this term is defined, reply guys. So if someone is replying to someone else's message, that will not show up on your local feed. It's only initial posts end up in your local feed. So someone says, there's people that do these horrible things. I'm like, I never see this. I watch the local feed. I don't see these guys doing this because they're replying to other people's posts. And if I don't follow that other person or that person, I never see that stuff. So it was something that, it wasn't my fault, but it became my problem, So I sort of said, I found a nicer community, I like the way that it's moderated, and I made a move. And most of everything came over. Like 65, 70% came over, and then I understand I can flip the switch off and flip it back on again, but I haven't done that yet. And then another chunk of them should move over. And there's also a bug in the fork of the software that they said as soon as the next version comes up, that bug should get resolved. So I'm not going to flip that switch off and on again. I'm not doing the light switch rave, off, on, off, on. I'm just going to wait until they fix that bug, and then I'm going to flip it off and on and see if the rest of the people migrate over. And then hopefully we'll get it down to a small number, and then I can just follow them individually. Right now it's a little big to do that.
And that's for Mastodon to Mastodon?
Yes, Mastodon to Mastodon. So if you're on a Mastodon server and you say, I would like to move to this other one, That should work. Okay. So let's do the live stuff, because that's always a winner. Always. See, I've done other talks, and I've always been very, conscientious to have everything self-contained on the machine, but it's really hard to demonstrate internet services strictly on your own machine. That doesn't work out so well. Yeah, that's difficult. So let's see. Let's take a look at PixelFed. So here's my regular feed. You saw the portfolio view, and this is long pictures, but you can see here's one I did. Some destination Linux folks here. And you can see there are a lot of pictures. I don't understand taking a picture and blurring everybody's face, but whatever. There's lots of stuff you can see. There he is. Okay. Some people polish the CPUs and put it out there. Hey, who am I to judge? So this is PixelFed. I've been on this for a while. I like it. I use it to display, like I said, can I get my pictures? Yeah. Yeah, other than Destination Linux, it's pretty much bicycles leaning on things. That's what it is. That's my life. So Linux Rocks is the video site. You're looking at my... I could talk, but no one would hear me. Okay. You can see the videos that I've put up there. Let me see if I can get a more general view. Okay. So we can say, oh, look, they use Arch, by the way. So you can see lots of videos, lots of different stuff. I'm not a big video guy, so I'm not like on PeerTube all that much. It's where I put my stuff. Let's take a quick look at Mobilizon. I'll come back to any of these if people have questions. Come on. Brief introduction to Mastodon and the Fediverse. And the reason I showed all of these first, I stole all of this from SCaLE. I don't think they mind, for the 0 people that have signed up for it from my thing that I did not advertise in any way whatsoever. But I wanted to show that you can do your location, your time and date. It's kind of nice. If you follow a group in Mobilizon, you get notices of the events. I haven't seen how you can respond via Mastodon yet, though. Maybe they're still working on that. I need to follow up on it. But it's pretty open insofar as, unlike a meetup.com, you can just respond to an event with email and get the notifications that way too. So it's more open, and you can get notifications through it. So it's nice. And let me show you, I'm going to show you here is the basic view of Mastodon. Here's your simplified view, or the default view. And you can see, now my actual home timeline has more people and less projects and publications on it. But I didn't want to expose anybody unnecessarily. Surprise, you're in front of, an extra couple hundred people that you didn't know you were going to be broadcast to. So I created an account just for this. So there's a few more projects and publications and less people. My account has mostly people in it, for the most part. But you can see we've got lots of posts here, and I'm going to show my bookmarks, because I tried to set this up last night, and I'm really glad I didn't do this live, because things took a lot longer than I expected, and that would have been really more embarrassing than me talking about it now. So you can see what we have is Free Software Enthusiasts, which is my group on Mobilizon. I put up a new posting for the local 2600 meeting. There it is, showing up on my Mastodon feed. I put a new video up, which I probably shouldn't show because it's just, Wi-Fi. Okay, that's a terrible idea. I'm not going to run this because the bandwidth will probably not support it. Maybe we'll play later. But I put up a new video. That showed up in my Mastodon account. Now, these are all me, so I'm sort of like in a room talking to myself. But this could be other people you were following. It's more like you can see that I actually did these things. And there is my pixelfed.social thing, which I also subscribe from there. So we've got 3 different services other than Mastodon, and all of these ActivityPub-enabled services have fed into my main feed. Now, people have said, oh, well, what do I have to do to upload a video to PeerTube? Well, you can subscribe to someone's feed in Mastodon. You can comment on those videos, and you can boost them for better visibility. But you can't upload a video to it. You actually have to create an account there if you want to put your own videos up. Same thing with PixelFed.
If I subscribe to somebody's pixel fed, I can look at their pictures, I can like their pictures, I can boost them so other people can see them, I can make comments, but I can't upload new pictures to that service unless I create an account, which seems fair. We don't have a single sign-on for the Fediverse yet. That seems like centralization that is unlikely to ever happen. I don't even think it's a good idea. So that's my live-ish demo. I did all these the other night because then the problem is I was on my home feed and I'm like, oh, half of them are gone. There's all kinds of other stuff interspersed. It didn't work out really well at all. So that's why I'm showing you the bookmarks as opposed to the live feed. This gentleman asked if I'm hosting my own Mastodon server. No, I am not, because I'm lazy. So I'm not hosting my own Mastodon server. And again, if I was doing a single user thing, I would look into Pleroma or Acoma or Miskey or one of those other ones that is a little lighter and easier to administer. Mastodon is set up, he was thinking big right from the start. He's got a couple of 500,000 plus instances that he runs. That's the scale he was looking for. If I were gonna run it, I'm thinking me and like 4 other people, and that would be fine. So I don't need something that will scale to 500,000 people. So some of the other, if you're thinking, hey, I'm going to run one of these for myself, look into that other stuff before you just spin up Mastodon. Unless you just want to, you can play around with it. There's no harm in it. But before you get attached to all your follower groups, look into some of the other software first. More questions? I'm more than happy to open up. That was all the demo stuff I really have. If anybody wants to see anything, I'll be more than happy to show you, though. There's no reason you couldn't, and I would be good if businesses did that. If they want to someone said, could you do that in an office? Yeah, and I think businesses, if they want to be interactive with other people, that way you don't have one account for X business. You could say, this person at this business does that, and if people leave, they can either migrate their account if the business allows it, but if it's a business account, I guess they really run the show on that. Doris?
So 2 questions. I think
Sure.
One, I just happened to look at my feed, and it turns out that Automatic apparently is going all in on ActivityPub.
Yeah, so Automatic is, I by no means said all of the companies that are looking at these things.
I was just surprised. I'm a big WordPress fan, and so it's going to be nice to be able to do this. And I wanted to know if you had any comments on the Raspberry Pi Mastodon meltdown.
When you say like running Mastodon or a Raspberry Pi, or the rather unfortunate series of events when Raspberry Pi decided to, do a thing. Yeah. Raspberry Pi brought on a new employee. So this is, unsurprisingly, in an open source, non-traditional social network, it tends to run a little left, and, most people are not like, hey, let's get right behind the police right away. And Raspberry Pi did exactly that. They said, hey, we brought on a new hire, and guess what he used to do? He used to use Raspberry Pis to spy on people, and everybody went, wait, what? And they were largely not happy with that, and as a way of reacting to that, they said, well, if you don't like it, you can block me, ha, ha, ha. And everybody went, again, well, wait, what? So what that was is, that really wasn't a Mastodon issue, that was a company PR problem. If you're going to have somebody run your Mastodon account, you should probably vet them for having some decorum and reading the room of the community that you're posting in, which they failed horribly at. So, excellent question. I kind of forgot about that, but excellent point to bring up. And some instances blocked that Raspberry Pi server, and some didn't. A lot of people unsubscribed, which is what they wanted. Odd PR move. Let's say stuff that will make lots of people unsubscribe. Okay, if that's the way you want to play it. They just, that was not reading the community that you're posting into. Another question? Oh, I have a gentleman with the microphone. I'll get back to you.
So for Twitter, there's, and I kind of point out to non-technical users that Twitter is not much different than, say, just like a...
I can barely hear you. Can you start over just a little bit louder? You're coming through the microphone, but barely.
Is this good?
Better.
Okay, good. So something I point out to non-technical users is that Twitter is not really much different than, say, like a traditional bulletin board running on like a LAMP server or something like that. And then whoever has root on that LAMP server, they can manipulate the data however they would feel. And so, I don't know if this is like confirmed to be true, but within Twitter, there's like something called like a God mode or whatever, so that if someone wanted to post content as a user, those who are connecting to Twitter, they have to blindly trust the, whatever certificates they have loaded in their browser, which is a problem in itself. And then they have to blindly trust whoever is the administrator of that web server, whether it's Twitter or whether it's a Mastodon instance, something like that. So I looked into Mastodon user provenance. How do I know that this post from this user from some Mastodon server somewhere that's coming up on my feed, which is some other server, how do I know that there's integrity to this post? And then I saw that there is something there, but it's kind of half-baked, half-implemented. And then I see there's this new protocol out called Noster, which starts with user provenance, and the infrastructure in the middle is actually pretty dumb. So it's a very important topic because social media is a very charged space.
Right.
And yeah.
Yeah. So I don't know anything about Noster. I'm gonna have to leave that part as your thing.
You should check
that
it
I don't
out.
know about. But as far as the verification, there is an interesting way that they allow verification. I have extremely weak verification set up. Hey, that's the schedule. That has nothing to do with this. So if you look at my profile, oh, I didn't set it up on here. What's that? What's that? The back of my head. No, that's where I'm. Okay. Okay. Give me a second here. Let me shrink this down because I know I have this set up over here. I'm intentionally trying not to. So if you. Wow, how come I'm not at the bottom of my screen? That stinks. Ah, here we go. Okay, so I have weak sauce verification. Okay, I'll show off. If people tag themselves with SCaLE 20x, that's fine. So I have weak sauce verification. So say you're someone with the New York Times and you want to show that your Mastodon account is definitively linked to your New York Times account. I don't know why I'm using them as an example, just any company. Say you're with a company and you want to prove that this Mastodon account is who you're talking to at this company. If you have a verified, like you run a web page, you can put a reference link in it that will link back to Mastodon. Now, the reason I call mine weak sauce verification is because I set it up on my NeoCities page. So, woo, really hard barrier for entry there. So you shouldn't take that as an exceedingly strong verification that I own that. But if you knew me at my domain name, and I put this link on my domain name, you could look and say, oh, this guy that owns this domain definitely controls that site, so this verification will come up. So when you said sort of weak verification, I have demonstrated the weak verification. But if someone has verification that says, this is me, and they're on a NeoCities page with a big string of numbers and letters on it, you might say, okay, you verified that you control that website. But if you have a well-known website, you can prove to people that you are the person that runs that website, and subsequently, that is your Mastodon account. Does that answer your question, or?
This was an interesting thing that you brought up. Can an admin of a Mastodon instance pretend to be me?
Yes.
Yes, the admin. Yes, and I was going to bring that up too because you had another thing in there. So yes, you have to have some degree of trust in your Mastodon admin, just like you have to have trust in your email administrator, right? Unless you PGP sign your messages, your email administrator could send email as you too. Anybody that has a certain level of access on your email server could send email as you. Something that, since we brought up privacy, that I should mention is, just like on Twitter, direct messages are not in any way encrypted. So they are only not broadcast to anybody. And people go, oh my God, then my Twitter admin can see my DMs. Say, yeah, just like on Twitter, like half the company had access to that stuff. So is it awesome for privacy? No. Is it better than, or is it any worse than the alternatives? Also no. So if you're really concerned about privacy, your DMs should just consist of, here's how you find me on Signal or XMPP or Matrix or something that is end-to-end encrypted properly. Or here's where you can find my PGP key, and we can email from there. Or you could PGP encrypt your things here and look like you're sending gibberish to the world, which would be kind of neat. So you had a question. I don't know where the microphone is. I'll just repeat after you do.
I was looking at, I guess, Mastodon. I'm on the planning
Like SCaLE and how big can they get?
No, SCaLE is.
There have been some. Hey, you have played right into my hands here, because here's these, I actually pinned a column of SCaLE 20x, and you can see there's been some degree of action on here. Some of it by me, most of it by other people, actually. I've been not all that active. So there's a decent amount of stuff there.
It sounds like not only do I want a Mastodon account, but I can use the mobilization, I can even set up a complimentary event and to point people over.
Sure, you could, set up a Mastodon.
And with the pictures and the pixel thing, and,
Yeah, I mean, if you're just sending a picture and a short message, yeah, you just do it on whatever account, your Mastodon or your Pleroma or whatever. But if, what's that? Oh yeah, that's what all these are. These aren't linked to PixelFed or anything. You can post pictures up there, but if you're saying my focus is images, I really want to do images, PixelFed would be a better choice for you. But Mastodon does it. Yeah, people embed video and stuff. It's all in there.
so that was the other question. What SCaLE things did you run into? Because apparently there's like a SCaLE instance, but they're not accepting new users.
Yeah, and I would like for SCaLE to do stuff like post their Mastodon links on there and maybe put all the same stuff that goes out on Twitter should come to this too, because SCaLE is about open source and free software, and we should support that at least as much as the alternatives. I get there's more people on Twitter, okay? They're still there. So you federate from, you duplicate your stuff from Mastodon to Twitter, that way you get the interaction.
Yeah, I think it's just, I'm sure by next year when we catch your talk, that'll all be solved.
Sure. Yeah, it'd be great if all those things were solved, but we have to face the reality is this is run largely by volunteers. So some things may not happen at the scale, but
I mean, there's a certain point where, like the getting a Mastodon, we'll see.
yeah, but also the converse of this is if an admin has a hissy fit and decides to start changing everything around and screwing everybody's accounts up, that's only one Mastodon server that gets screwed up. Even if Gargron went off the deep end, that's still, it would be a very large chunk of the community, but it is not all of the community.
Cool. But this is great, and thank you for doing the talk. It filled in a lot of blanks.
Sure thing. And I think there were more questions in the back, maybe? I'm happy for questions. That means people actually paid attention to me, heaven forbid. And I have some Mastodons to give away. Oh, and if anybody wants to discuss this more, I'll get to your question in just a second. I'm just going to plug another event since I'm here on the stage and I have the microphone. There will be a BOF later tonight at 9 o'clock in this very room. And it said informal discussion, but this room, I'll put stuff up here, and we'll talk about stuff. So if you want more discussion, if you say the next 8 minutes of this isn't going to be enough for me, come back later. We're going to be here and talk, and I can talk about this stuff really forever. And that's probably not good. So there was a question in the back I'd be happy to address.
Well, you said you wanted a few questions. I might have too many. So first, I want to make sure I understand. So Mastodon is an application that accesses this ephemeral Fediverse?
Again, think of it as, I'm going to interrupt you before you get to a second part. Think of it as email. They each have their own little world. So if you're on an email server, you can email people on the same email server, but you can also email people on other email servers. Mastodon, you can message people on your server, but you can message people on other servers. And even servers that do other things, where email is strictly email, Mastodon, you can look at pictures, you can look at videos, or you could discover videos, and you can do all these things within the Fediverse, of which Mastodon is an enormous part of. It is literally the elephant in the room. Good, I got groans. I appreciate that.
So, if you have, and I'm actually part of a worldwide organization here, so that's why I'm going this way. If you have a worldwide organization that is got segments of North America, Brazil, Japan, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, you can have here's part of the Fediverse that or Mastodon set up that is here's the parent organization. Then you'd have lots of subs in there.
You
or
could,
sure. Are they just all individual entities?
What do you mean, like one company with a bunch of different
right.
groups? They could run their own servers, or you could just do it as subdomains. But that's something that Mastodon has been oddly slow to implement as any kind of groups. I mean, they're working on it. You could do lists. So I'm not sure if it really addresses what you're talking about directly.
Okay, so it kind of sounds like it's not really quite there yet.
Yeah,
it still can be
They haven't implemented everything, but, it's like, one dude started writing this thing, there are lots of contributors, but, it's ultimately, his thing. I mean, not that people haven't forked it. I was talking to Art earlier, is the instance I'm on is a fork of Mastodon called glitch.soc, and there's a bug with a certain thing, so I had trouble following his account. And I don't want to flip that switch back until my instance operator upgrades to the latest version of that, because it's supposed to fix the glitch, as they say. And then I'm going to try to import everybody back over again. That was a non sequitur.
I think that covered everything.
Any other questions? The Mastodon network cannot ban you. Any number of servers can ban you. Servers have come online, and I don't want to be politically incendiary, but a server came on and had a lot of bad actors and posted a lot of garbage, and nearly everybody defederated from them, after which they said, we're taking our ball and going home, and they defederated from everybody else and went to be their own standalone thing. So there's no network it's like saying getting banned from email. Like, yeah, if you're a jerk on Gmail and you trip their things and they kick you off, you can go create an Outlook, so you could move to another instance, but if you continue the bad behavior, you'll probably get kicked off of there too. Until you find a place that has lax enough rules that maybe they won't kick you off, and then people probably won't federate with them anyway. So, there's a circle of people that want that completely unrestricted. I want to be a jerk on the internet, and maybe someone could find a home over there. Luckily, that won't bother the rest of us. So, and I'm not saying you personally, but you brought up the question. So, more questions? Okay. We're about 4 minutes from the end, so please, if anybody is interested in more stuff, like I say, I can talk about this until forever, come to the BOF, but then it won't be just my show, it'll be everybody's show, so that'll be, a little more interesting than just me up here yakking about stuff. So, thank you all very much for coming. Appreciate it. That's all I got. Well, no, that's not true. I could talk forever.
So, hello everybody. It's already 1 minute after 6, so I know I'm already behind schedule. I'm sorry for that. I hope you all are settled in. I know I promised kittens, and I'm starting with a dog. It's a bit unfair, but then I looked at the description for the talk, and I must admit I wrote that quite a while ago, and I'm not going to fulfill all my promises, so I guess this is a good or bad start, depending on your perspective on that. I prefer dogs, but don't worry, there will be plenty of these. As promised, that one I have to keep, I think. So I'm a long-time open source person. I mean, Mandrake, Linux, for those who remember that, and Mandriva and everything that came after when things fell apart and then fell apart again and again and again and again. Kept falling, but I've also used Debian and every other Linux distro under the sun, at least in the early 2000s. I've worked, well, I was very active in the KDE community, worked at OpenSUSE, worked at OwnCloud, and I'm a co-founder of Nextcloud, and that'll come back later. Just to check, how many of you know Nextcloud? All right, that's a fair bit of hands. Yeah, I was a little unsure how many of you expect me to talk about Nextcloud. The thing is, at this very same time, somebody else submitted a talk about Nextcloud. So actually, if you want to hear all about Nextcloud, you should just skedaddle and go to room 106, I think, because that's actually all about Nextcloud. That was a funny coincidence, because now there are kind of two, well, there's a bit of overlap, but not a ton, because I mostly talk about privacy rather than that. Oh, and the picture of the dog before that, that's my dog, or well, the dog of me and my wife. Her name is Popcorn, and she's absolutely awesome. I had pictures at our booth. You can come and look at them tomorrow if you want. All right, so, all right, yeah, this better? Sorry for that, I'll try. Whoa, there's a lot of applause there. All right, so, subject. I'm gonna talk about freedom, privacy, security, big tech, free software, open source. Gonna start a bit with the freedom and privacy thing, talk about, well, what's happening at the moment, open source freedom, a bit of license and law, and let me scroll. Yeah, and at the end a little bit about alternatives and things that are out there. Honestly, if it's a little rambling, please ask questions if you're confused, because maybe I am too, and you know, that can only help. So, when we were all young and beautiful, as I wrote in my notes, I started with this a while ago, clearly. We were kind of free, or at least, you know, we could do what we wanted on the internet. It was decentralized, it was beautiful. Email is still a little bit like that. I guess, consider it a bit of the Wild West. But at least our files were on our own server, right? Or on our own computers, and those were the good times. At least, you know, we were kind of safe, right? We had control of our data, and you know, things have changed a little bit, but you know, all these people talking about surveillance, that was all kind of conspiracy, until of course, you know, Snowden happened. And it turned out that the craziest conspiracy theories were still understating the reality of the amount of surveillance that was happening on the internet. Some people knew it, most people figured it out, and it was like, what happened? Yeah, what's happening? So let's talk a little bit about the cloud, about surveillance, about privacy, etc. So it turned out that even a president of the United States can be followed incredibly easy by random people on the internet by tracking the mobile phone of one of his agents. This was Donald Trump going around in Mar-a-Lago just by, yes? Can't I really have to do it this way? I am so sorry. All right. Mea culpa. The previous room was that I gave a talk was a little smaller, and you know, I could just yell at everybody. That worked easier. I hope this is better. All right. Where was it talking? Trump, all our favorite president. So it turned out it was very easy to follow where he was and where he was going by just looking at cell phone data, which turned out to be just on the internet in a corner somewhere. And of course, Google, another fun incident that happened. Nest, home security cameras, really cool, cheap, and turned out they had a microphone in them as well, which was not being advertised or talked about. I think Google said that they failed to notify users. There was a microphone in there. And yeah, they called that an oversight, a little error. Yeah, it's quite fascinating, these kind of mistakes. Another fun one that got in the news at some point is, this is a map of an overseas US military base, because sport trackers. People would go running and, in the base, and suddenly the whole layout of the base was just there on the website of the sports tracker company, and whoops. So nobody was paying attention to all this stuff, right? And then, yeah, we figured out that this data was actually being stored, being used by the NSA and tons of other companies. But it's not just them, right? Tech companies themselves are also using this. So at some point, a pitch from Facebook to their customers, and that's not you, to be clear, that's companies, right, who want to advertise to you. You're the product. Sorry. A pitch from them came out. I think it was in Australia. And the pitch was it was pretty amazing. They basically said, look, a nice example of how you can use Facebook to advertise to people is if you target teenagers. And then you target on words like worthless, insecure, stressed, etc. And those feelings, because we can measure when they're at their most vulnerable. So you can then advertise a product to them that they will buy. For example, I don't know, a leather jacket to feel cool or something. It's nice they're so upfront about it, that they are very explicitly trying to catch people at their weakest point, in this case, teenagers. I'm kind of happy that it leaked, because I think a lot of people were like, wait, what? But yeah, this is business, of course, right? And this is possible if you have this much data about people. I think a lot of people just don't realize what that data can do, which again became clear when I believe Target turned out to know when you're pregnant, sometimes even before the women themselves knew it, let alone their families. So Target would send free samples of products aimed at pregnant women to their home address, trying to get them to, buy their products. But these women were just changing their shopping behavior, which is how Target knew they were pregnant, but they didn't know it yet. And their family didn't. And then you get suddenly advertising for this, and your husband is like, why are we getting this? Just imagine the conversations you get at that point, right? This is not healthy. Again, we're not really understanding what the scope of the problem is here, generally speaking. But it's pretty big. And businesses are getting a massive amount of control over, what we do and where and how you sleep and the money you pay for it. It's like a tax that is very hard to avoid. I think of hotels and restaurants and stuff that you book. I mean, if you're a company and you're trying to, you're offering hotel rooms, you can't not be on these 3 websites. And you have to pay the tax that it costs to be on there. That there's no choice there. These companies are running the show. And they're using all their data that they know of customers to make sure, they extract the highest percentage of income between what we pay in an hotel and what the hotel gets, of course. A lot of this stuff is like maybe, again, a few more examples of where things went wrong a little bit. It's actually the second one, I think, that's the most nasty, because at some point it came out that Facebook was using the phone numbers that people gave for second factor authentication, of course, to target people. But I don't know, I don't think this is a surprise they did that, obviously. I think Myanmar is a bit of a crazy story. How many of you are familiar with the story of what happened in Myanmar? Right, so Myanmar suffered a genocide, or at least, the Rohingya minority group in Myanmar suffered a genocide, and what's the value of experts? But sorry? Can you say that again? Yes, it's a new name for Burma, exactly. Yeah, it's a country with a questionable state of democracy. which obviously is a problem of itself. But what happened there is that Facebook employs moderators on their networks, but they don't have as many moderators in every country as in, well, some other countries. And in Myanmar, they had, I don't know, 5 or maybe just plain 0. It's not really clear how many they had, if any, at the time. But what started to happen there is that a pattern developed where a lot of completely fake news about this minority group started to spread and get amplified to really crazy levels, up to the point where people started to attack this minority. And at some point, the army joined in, and they started to just burn down whole villages, and there's now, I think, 1.3 million Rohingya living in the next door country. And pretty much all experts would agree that none of that would probably have happened if it wasn't for Facebook. Just plain and simple. And that's just insane, I think. So all of these are all examples of things where, well, things went really wrong. And it all has to do with privacy and control, right? The amount of control we have over our own data. Now, privacy is a very personal thing. It's something we all need. And it's not just to prevent, genocides and stuff. It's because you need it as a person. It controls the impression that you make on others, as I wrote here so nicely. I mean, you care about how others see you. And this is what privacy is about. It's not that you have something to hide. You often hear, like, I have nothing to hide. And this argument has very little to do with privacy. I mean, sure, you close the door on the toilet, not because what you do there is illegal. It's just none of any other's business. And this is fundamentally because you want to control how other people see you. You're a different person at work, at university, at home, with your family, on one side or the other. So, and these different personalities, they depend on you being able to separate how people see you and control how people see you. And this is a very fundamental human need. It's why you use makeup and take a bloody shower. I mean, it's also polite to do that, but it also has to do with how you're seen by other people. It's why you wear certain clothes, you wear a band t-shirt or a t-shirt of your favorite open source projects. These are things where you are trying to control how other people see you. And this requires your ability to control that. If everybody can see everything, this goes away and people start to behave different. There have been tons of interesting studies done where you see that if people are being surveilled, they act differently. You hang up a camera in the corner and you tell people it's on or it's off, and depending on what you told them, they act different. Of course, irrespective of whether the camera's on or off, because you can't know for sure. So, with all our data being controlled by a small number of, well, big companies, they can run our lives, they can have a ton of influence, right? So what can you do with this? If you know what people hear, what they see, what they talk about, if you know what they want, what they need, well, you can basically influence it. You might think advertisement doesn't influence me, well, maybe not, but the opinions of your friends and family do. And how do you get the opinions of your friends and family? Well, a lot of that you get via Facebook. So if Facebook can control what you think your friends and family think, that'll influence what you think and what you do. We know this in politics, that most people's political opinion has a lot to do with the people they hang out with. I mean, it's not a big surprise. If you live in a red state, why is there a red state in the first place? It's because where people live controls what they hear, who they talk to, and that in turn has a lot of effect on their opinions on things. Facebook controls digitally where you live. They can control the timeline. I mean, do you know why something shows up in the recommended stream? You don't. And honestly, they don't really either, but they can control it and influence it. So this can do all kinds of things, right? Like China would use these kind of technologies and does use these kind of control technologies to, well, make their country or their citizens behave and be good communist citizens. Here, we're mostly using this at the moment to sell stuff, right? They say that many of the brilliant minds of our age are spending their time trying to make people click on ads, which is a very sad state of affair. Would be nice if we were doing something more productive. But the effect is impressive, and I find TikTok a fun example of the differences between these two approaches. So since March 1st, I believe, here in the US, TikTok introduced a limit on, what is it, a 60-minute default time limit per day for users under 18. That's new here, and that of course has a lot to do with a lot of, well, let's call it outrage about the amount of data TikTok has on its users and the amount of time teenagers spend on it. But in China, the Chinese TikTok has actually had this limitation since 2018. That's 5 years ago. The Chinese government has been on top of this way longer than, well, the government here. And they introduced tons of rules. They have parental controls, they've banned underage kids from appearing in live streams. I have a nice list here, believe me, it's a long list. In 2019, they limited users in teenagers already to 40 minutes a day. So we're behind China in basically, well, allowing TikTok and such apps to control the lives of our families and kids, which I think is, that's pretty impressive. They are very much aware of this and the dangers that these things have. So what I'm saying is we need a bit of a plan. We need to look for ways to regain control over our data, over what's happening here. Now, first a note, I don't want to say that either government or business is the solution here. You know, in Europe, we tend to think that government solves problems, while in the US, people tend to think, by and large, that companies solve business problems. I think in reality, both create as many problems as they solve. In Europe, I usually use 2 slides to get the point across about government, because this was, back in the day, actually legal, and these people were criminals. So it's not always that legal rules and laws can fix problems like these. Yeah, as citizens, we also have to step up and care about these things. And that might include doing things that are illegal, because, you know, it's what they did. And that might help. And rules and government and oversight, you know, it can't really fix everything. Yeah? I mean, you have something to hide, you should have something to hide, and it's okay, you need something to hide. It's normal, it's a healthy state of affair. Yeah? The key point is if privacy gets eroded, who gets hurt? It's not the government, because the government obviously, you know, they will keep their own privacy and keep data from the civilians if they want to. It's also not defense contractors or oil companies. It's not drug traffickers or, you know, big arms dealers. If you make laws about not being able to use encryption, it's not these companies who have a problem, because they can evade these laws, they have money for it. And government can evade the laws because they make the laws. It's also not well-funded terrorists, because again, they have the money. Laws that invade on our privacy by, for example, taking away encryption, they don't create problems for criminals. They create problems for normal citizens. They create problems for grassroots activists. And you see this, by the way, in China, where the government is, of course, not happy with grassroots activists. And if you dare protest once, the next time you try to get on a flight, you might be denied, because you're in a database somewhere, and you might continue to be in the database. So for us to keep some degree of freedom, we need some degree of privacy. It's the journalists, the local charities that are annoying, that are the ones who are stopped by privacy. And it's not just evil government either. There's a pretty nasty example already quite some years ago, where in Mexico a doctor was killed for, well, tweeting bad things about a local drug gang. They managed to hack her account, figure out who it was, and, you know, the next tweet, I believe, showed her head, and, well, just that. And that was the end of the Twitter account as well as the doctor. So again, legal solutions can help. I do think we should push for privacy regulations. I think open source can help. I think open source licenses are helpful because it enforces a certain level of transparency. Open standards can help because again, it makes it easier to access data, to check, for example, big data. We can force governments to be transparent, that we know what they are doing, that they share the data that they have. We can analyze it, search it as a community, and for that open standards and open source software is helpful. That can help. Now it's the big picture here. But as I said, government, it's a two-edged sword. Like, yes, government can create privacy regulations. In Europe, we have the GDPR, which is really a pretty good, in my opinion, set of laws that protects people's privacy, puts them in control over the data. And if a company has your data in Europe, you can at any point in time go to the company and say, I want an overview of every piece of data you have on me. Any personal data, I want a copy. And you can ask them to delete it, and they have to. If they want to share it with a third-party company, let's say a marketing company, they have to ask you for permission. It has to be opt-in. This is good rules. At the same time, they are discussing in Europe how they can outlaw encryption because, you know, think of the children. It's the usual debate. Can you have encryption that law enforcement can break and can look at, while the rest of the world cannot? And no, you can't, right? It's well, talk to any encryption specialist here. If you make a backdoor, it'll be used as much, if not more, by the people you're trying to defend from as by law enforcement. Besides, the whole thing, I think, is not helpful. Giving more tools to law enforcement is not always the solution in this regard. I think I have an example of that later, but I'll get to it right now. In Germany, there was at some point, it's about a decade ago, a arsonist who had burned down over 100 cars. So obviously you can imagine they were getting very desperate to catch the person. So they started to monitor every cell phone in the capital. It was in Berlin. And so they monitored 4 million cell phones, and there are about 4 million people in Berlin. So basically they monitored the entire city for weeks. They did catch the arsonist, but it was because they saw him, not because they were surveilling everybody. Just as a comparison, this was to get one person in one city. They surveilled the entire city, 4 million people. In the 90s, it would be quite a thing if in Germany, over a whole year, 700 phones were tapped. So we're escalating here a little, to put it mildly. This is the direction government is taking it. So again, I'm not saying it's a solution. It can be part of it. We need to push our government for privacy regulations, but we also need to push back on stuff like, oh, let's get rid of encryption, because, you know, we can't read everybody's text. You shouldn't be able to. Yeah, it's a problem. Now, licenses is a similar story. We have a ton of challenges here with licenses. I don't think you can fix privacy problems with open source licensing. Yeah, and honestly, I think we have other problems at the moment. I think we're all aware, or most of us must be aware, what's happening with AI at the moment. The licensing issues that we have with the AI models being developed right now and the data and where it's coming from, I think that's a big enough problem to deal with, and I don't think privacy can be dealt with in licensing. So, well, I think one thing I like is antitrust, because I think a big part of the problem is centralization of data. Now, obviously, I am rather, how do you say that, biased. I believe in decentralization. I think it's a better solution in general, and I'll get to that later. But in any case, the big picture is, yes, privacy regulation can help. Licenses, there are some things open source can help. I think open source, open data, open standards. And finally, I think, yes, that there is room for antitrust. Yeah? But these are things that are, well, I gave another presentation already about antitrust and privacy regulation. So, well, you can, I suppose, watch the video on that one. I want to talk a little bit about like more technical things, because I mean, we're nerdy people here. We build technology at this conference. And so let's get out of our caves for a few seconds and talk about, what kind of stuff you need to solve problems. So the first thing I think we need is control, right? The point of privacy is that you control what happens with your data. And as I said, kind of the GDPR says this has to be the case, but I would like technology to enforce it, because if you see how hard big tech is fighting these privacy regulations, it's pretty impressive. And they can throw a lot of money and time at it. So in practice, it's not working as nice as it should. Of course, we need security. I think we need trust. I think it needs to be easy to use. And of course, it needs to be able to do what we need it to do. Now, actually, I wanted to ask if stuff is missing here, because I think there's I think there's probably more to this list. Solutions. What are requirements for a solution to protect our privacy? I perhaps should have asked before putting in my own list, because that limits the discussion a bit. But if anybody has any other thoughts or things that are missing, then please shoot. I'd love to, at least improve my presentation for the next time. All right. I have some more thoughts, so let me share those then instead. Because I already raved about federation and about decentralization a few times, and I think that this is one of the key things that we need in our technology today. I know I'm not going to talk about blockchain and this stuff because, well, distributed databases already existed. I'm not a big fan of the buzzword there, but I do think federation of data and decentralization with open communication protocols, I think, is really key to solving these problems. So people running their own server, BitTorrent-like protocols, open source, and openness. Because in the end, if you don't have a couple of big companies controlling everything, you have a lot more control already, because you can walk away and the free market can do its things. Of course, it still needs to be easy to use, it needs to be capable, it needs to be good technology, right? But at least with decentralization, we get the kind of protection that you see, even in real life, right? If you protect stuff in your house, you should put a good lock on it, you should keep it out of sight, but you should also not keep everything in one place. If there is a break-in in the neighborhood, once they've broken into 2 houses, everybody else knows, and they're going to protect and hide their stuff a lot better. While if there's only one place to break into, first of all, well, they're going to spend all their time trying to break into that one place, and they will get in, because security is a losing game in that regard. There's no perfect security ever. And second of all, once they break in, everything is gone. Yeah. So I really think decentralization is a better solution here. Anyhow, so, and there's a nice quote here, because again, right, if you go to this point of we need less encryption, this is what governments sometimes want, they want to be able to see what we're doing, then you come back to the point of the NSA and organizations like that. They had found flaws in a variety of encryption technologies, and instead of fixing them, they were using them to surveil people. That's nice, perhaps for the NSA, but of course these flaws were also used by other people to surveil the same people. So they made us all less safe. And this continues to be something that gets pushed. If you decrease security for everyone, you create a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's like saying, let's not lock the doors, because if a burglary were in progress, it would be good if the police can get in the house. Yeah, that's kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy there, right? You're creating the problem. There's one infrastructure in the world, and you don't get to create a world where the US gets to spy on everyone, but the Chinese can't. If you make a technology that lets the US government or the German government or the French government spy on their citizens, then the Russians and the Iranians and the Chinese and whoever else you think is scary will be using that very same technology to spy on your citizens too. This is just how technology works, right? It doesn't check who's behind the keyboard. So, well, let me pitch, a couple of solutions actually, not just one. I mean, I want to talk a little bit about what we're building at Nextcloud, but I also want to point to a ton of other alternatives. I was just looking for a couple of websites that offer alternatives. I really like open source Alternative 2. It's better than Alternative 2 because, you know, it's open source, which is always a plus. There's restoreprivacy.com, but there are a ton of websites like these, and I did not want to try and make an exhaustive list. And there you will find things like Mastodon, you know, to replace Twitter, PeerTube to replace YouTube. A lot of you, well, you're walking around, there's an open source conference. I think every third booth you will find alternatives to, you know, big tech solutions. So I don't need to go over the entire list here. But the point is there are technologies that we have built that do fulfill these requirements of control, being able to run it yourself, being able to, you know, have decentralized federated systems. How many of you are aware of Mastodon? How many of you are on Mastodon? Well, let's first ask who know it. That's way too few, seriously, people. So Mastodon does the same thing as Twitter does, in the sense that you can sign up for an account, you get you can follow people, you get a stream of their thoughts and brain farts and whatever they came up with in the last week, or minute or hour, except Mastodon is just a piece of software. So anybody can download that software, run it on the server, and then people can join the server and then follow each other on the server. Now you think, well, that's nice, but the whole point of Twitter is that I get to follow interesting people like, I don't know, Neil deGrasse Tyson, and he's not going to be on every one of these little servers. Now, is he? No, he's not, but he doesn't have to be, because the cool thing is it's federated. You can be on Gmail and send an email to Outlook, right? Well, you can be on one Mastodon server and follow somebody on another Mastodon server. It's all one big network. And yet all the servers are individually owned by usually individual people, small groups of people, charitable organizations, or even companies who use it internally. And each of these servers can even have their own rules, because you can say, hey, you know, but there is the moderation, there is all the, well, bad stuff that comes out from Twitter, and I know it's a rage machine and it's not cool. True. On Mastodon, you can find a server that has a nice environment that fits with, well, what you think limits the rage a little bit. Let me put it that way. That's personally what I'm looking for, because I just get so pissed off scrolling on Twitter for a while. And it's really nice. So these individual servers, they can put their own filters, they can put their own rules, they can exclude other servers, and create a nicer environment there. And this is, I know, technically it's not simple, of course. It was a ton of work to build this, but it's an open protocol. We use it in Nextcloud as well. We support it. It's well documented. You don't need to use Mastodon to be able to join this network. You can use a Nextcloud server. I'll get to that a bit later. There are other technologies that can interact with it, and PeerTube, which is like a YouTube replacement, is actually built on the same technology. So PeerTube, Mastodon, they federate with each other. So these things are decentralized. They're disconnected in a way maybe from the big world, but they are together creating an alternative universe of decentralized and free and open source, privacy respecting, you know, technologies. And there's a ton of this stuff out there. Again, if you have Twitter, seriously, look at Mastodon, try to move over. There's a couple of services that will automatically forward your tweets from Twitter to Mastodon, and the other way around. So you can migrate slowly, and a ton of cool people have already moved to Mastodon, so there's really no reason not to do that. And this is true for lots of other technologies too. You don't have to have your email at Google or Outlook. There are other providers that offer email. And it might cost a couple of bucks a month in some cases, because, you know, if they're not selling you as a product to their advertisers, they have to make money in a different way. But they do exist. ProtonMail is a nice example. And honestly, there are tons of others, which is really good. So I'm going to talk about one of them, because, you know, I do have this T-shirt and I have to do it some justice. But don't think it's the only solution out there. And I also don't want to advocate it's the only solution. Also because, of course, Nextcloud does not do everything under the sun, even though we do a ton. So let's get to Nextcloud. that's one thing that we built in a way to try and deal with this whole, well, problem that I've been talking about for the last 30 minutes. It's an open source platform. It does tick the boxes, of course. It's open source. You are in control. You can do with it whatever the heck you want, including things that I wouldn't approve of, which is fine. That's part of the open source deal. It's federated. You can run an xCloud server at home. Your parents can have one. Your friends can have one. And you can share files between all of you without problems. They can connect, share their user directories, but the files will stay on your server. You stay in control. If you share the file with your family, they can view it, they can work on it, they can do with it what they want until you remove the share, then they can't access it anymore. It's easy to use, at least I'd like to think it is. I'll show a couple of nice screenshots later. And it does a ton of the stuff that the big tech companies do. And so the thing that we are going after as Nextcloud, it's a collaboration platform. So it's to share files, sync them between your desktop, your laptop, your mobile phone, etc. Video calls, chat. Well, I'll walk through it a little bit. So it's a dashboard where you can see your calendar and talk chats, things like that. Upcoming tasks, which is all red. That's bad. So file share, not that complicated. It's just like Dropbox does it, but this stays on your own server. You can run it on a Raspberry Pi. You can run it in a virtual private server. You can run it, I don't know, on an old laptop. I use an old desktop that I put in a storage closet, and that runs around Nextcloud. It has tons of, like, I don't know, fancy or not fancy features. You have a nice thing where you can put comments on folders on top, but that's rather nerdy. We have apps for Android, iOS, Windows, Mac, and Linux. Of course, you have to support Linux. Most of our people in the company run Linux, even though I'm here with a MacBook, I know. But I have a Linux system at home, which I use as my primary driver. These things just have such lovely battery life. It has kind of Slack-like thing built in, or Microsoft Teams replacement. It depends on how you look at it, but it does pretty much the things that they do. But again, the chat logs, the whole thing, it stays in your own server. Yeah, you don't need to hand things over just because you want to be able to chat with other people. You can invite other people to this with a public link, so you don't need to give them an account either. They can just join with a link, which is nice as well, I think. And it has, like, I don't know, the locations, and you can share GIFs and, you know, all the fun stuff. And video calls, of course. 3 of these are employees of us. So either we're incredibly pretty or, you know, because the other 3 are stock photos, because, you know, I always find it fun to see which one people think are team members of us. Anyhow, there's a mail client, but it's not a mail server. So as I said, there are tons of other projects. Find a nice project where you can host your email. There's ProtonMail, there are others as well. Running your own mail server, I actually don't recommend, because I said mail is nicely federated. It is as a protocol, unfortunately, because there are like 5 big email companies where everybody has their email these days. It's actually getting really hard to run your own mail server. This is a pain in the ass. And I think that's really sad. Friend of mine is running a project trying to change that. I really hate myself because this is the second time I want to talk about him and I don't remember the name of it. I'll try and put it up somewhere later if I think of it. But there are some people who are worried about this too and trying to build like solutions that make it easy to host your email as well. There's a calendar that does work just fine. It syncs to your Android and your iPhone and stuff like that, and you can, you know, accept and decline. And contact app where you can make these nice organization charts in it as well. And we have an office that's integrated. This is based on LibreOffice, as many of you probably know, a free office suite for your desktop. But it is in the browser and collaborative, so you can edit your documents with multiple people at the same time. It's really nice. We have a kind of a wiki built in, knowledge management, nice for companies. deck, which is a Kanban board, photos. This is actually really good stuff. And if you think that like running stuff on your own server means you can't have fancy AI things, think again. We managed to build in on-premise neural network that can recognize faces, put names to them. It can recognize objects and make them easy to search for. So yes, also with Nextcloud, without your pictures having been sent anywhere else, you can ask for all the pictures of airplanes. I don't know how many pictures you take of airplanes, but you can ask for it either way. I do recommend Kittens actually, because that's much more nice, but also works. And as I mentioned, it's available on tons of devices. And the easy part is easy to install. So that's just Nextcloud. But as I said, there are tons of other solutions out there. And there's Mattermost, they are here. Bunch of other projects. So go and have a look and talk to them and try and figure out how you can get away from the big companies and protect your privacy. Are there questions, comments, complaints? Another point. I have Kitty image credits, another picture of the dog. Yes? Backups. Mm-hmm. True, true. Yeah, this is a tricky one. I mean, I can answer for Nextcloud what we've done, because we build a backup app where you can just make a deal with somebody else with a Nextcloud instance, and you get like 5 GB on their instance, they get 5 GB of yours, and then you back up to their instance. So if your house burns down, your data is on the other server and the other way around. Just don't have both your houses burned down. This doesn't solve the problem, of course, for mail or anything else. So yeah, so the problem with a lot of this is indeed you get more responsibility with it as well, and I think that's a really good point. However, I'm not saying we all need to run our own server, right? I was just advocating for run your own Nextcloud, but you don't have to. There are tons of companies that do it, and you can even run it on AWS. And then you say, oh, but now we're back at big tech. Yes, that is true, but the problem is not necessarily that there are big companies. The problem is that almost everybody is at the big companies, and they have huge vendor lock-in. The problem is not hosting online. The problem is not that somebody else has access to your data in itself, as long as it's not 3 big companies, right? It's all our eggs in one basket. That's the problem here. I'm talking about decentralization. I totally would be worried if I was fully responsible for backups of all my data. I am not a great sysadmin at all. I'm terrible at it, actually. Our instance of Nextcloud is down every 3 months because the Let's Encrypt certificate has expired again, and I haven't figured out yet how to automate renewing it. And that's terrible, but, you know, the thing is, there are tons of companies that host for you. I pointed to Proton Mail because you don't need to run your own mail server. Nextcloud, there are literally hundreds of companies that are hosting Nextcloud. You can probably find one in your city maybe, or at least state. So that means that you know in what data center your data is. You can go there, you can look them in the eye and see whether you trust them to host your data. I think that makes a huge difference. Plus, there's still a professional who's running backups over your data. And it's not all in one place. There's a real solution in that regard there. We just need to make sure that that software exists. And yes, Nextcloud is nice, and it's one of those. But all the other projects also need support and need to be used and need to get, you know, resources to keep getting better, like Mastodon, for example. Other questions? I hope it answers the question. Nobody else? Well, then you're all free. School's out. Have a nice one. Thank you.